This is where... Uy, ¿me oigo a mí misma? ¿Sí? A ver, sí, me oigo a mí misma.
Hola, sí.
Hoy sí, vale.
Hola, 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 hola. Hola, ¿se me escucha? ¿Se me escucha? ¿Se me escucha?
Probando.
Bienvenidos a ESG Spain 2022 Corporate Sustainability Forum. Es un placer para mí presentar hoy la 10ª edición de este encuentro empresarial que, organizado por Forética, año tras año ha posicionado como el evento de referencia en sostenibilidad empresarial, es decir, de los aspectos
Sustainability in the
ambientales,
ESG aspect,
sociales y
environmental,
de buen gobierno
social
que
and
afectan
good
a las
governance,
empresas y que a la vez
affecting the
suponen un
companies
reto y
and at
una
the
gran
same time
oportunidad.
representing a
Soy
challenge
Mónica
and an
Carrillo,
opportunity.
periodista
I
y
am
presentadora de
Mónica
los
Carrillo,
informativos de
journalist and
Antena 3
presenter of
Noticias, y desde el
Antena
grupo
3
A3
news
Media
program.
queremos darles la
And from A3
bienvenida
Media Group, we
a
would like
nuestra
to welcome
casa.
you to our
Hoy
home.
celebramos
Today, we're
nuestra
celebrating this
edición,
new
esta nueva
edition
edición
from
desde
our
nuestros platós
A3 Media
de A3
studios
Media aquí en San Sebastián de los Reyes, en
in
esta
San
ocasión en un
Sebastián de los
formato
Reyes.
híbrido en el que contamos
Today,
con
it's a
público
hybrid
aquí,
format in which
en
we have an
este
audience on our
plató,
set
y con más
and
de
with more than
1.500 asistentes
1,500
online que nos
online
están siguiendo,
attendees
algunos
who are
desde
following us,
nuestras propias instalaciones en un
well,
espacio
some from
especialmente
our own
habilitado
facilities in a
y
specially
otros
equipped
desde sus
space and
lugares de
others
trabajo o
from their
desde sus
workplaces
casas.
or their
Entre
homes.
nuestros espectadores se
So
encuentran
our
representantes
audience
de las
includes
principales
representatives
compañías
from
españolas,
leading Spanish,
latinoamericanas
Latin
y
American and
europeas,
European
así
companies,
como
as
expertos
well
en
as experts in
sostenibilidad, comunicación,
sustainability,
medio ambiente y
communication,
otros
environment,
ámbitos
and other
como
areas,
recursos
such as
humanos,
human resources,
operaciones, acción
operations,
social,
social action,
cumplimiento o
compliance, or
relación con
investor
inversores.
relations.
Vamos a
So we'll
tratar
try to
de que todos
be
ustedes
sure
puedan
that
disfrutar
all
de
of you
este
can
programa
enjoy
de
this
televisión
live
en directo,
TV
en el que
program,
durante las
in
próximas
which during the
4
next
horas
4
podrán seguir las
hours you'll be able to
intervenciones y
follow the
entrevistas a los
interventions and
principales
interviews
líderes
to the
de
main
opinión,
opinion
tanto a
leaders,
nivel nacional como
both
internacional,
at national and
profundizando
international level,
en las tendencias
delving into
y
the
los
trends
positivos
and
que marcarán
upcoming
la agenda
milestones
de
that
la
will mark the
sostenibilidad
sustainability agenda
desde el ámbito
from the
empresarial.
business world.
Hoy vamos a contar
Today,
con
we
líderes
will
de
be
opinión
joined by
que
opinion
abordarán
leaders
cómo
who
aumentar
will
la
discuss how to
contribución de
increase
la
ambition in
sostenibilidad en los temas
sustainability,
en los que más
focusing on
por ello,
ESG
antes de abrir este
matters.
encuentro,
Therefore,
me gustaría
before opening this meeting, I would like to briefly
cuáles son los
summarize the main
objetivos
contents of this
de
day.
esta jornada. En este encuentro vamos
Now,
a
this
analizar el
meeting
impacto
will
de
analyze the impact of the
girar
war in Ukraine,
efectivamente en las
especially
agendas de
in the
sostenibilidad de
sustainability
las empresas
agendas
con
of
la
the
intervención de
companies,
CSR
with the
Ucrania
intervention
y
of
las tendencias que marcarán la actualidad
CSR
de
Ukraine and the trends that will mark the current ESG through representatives of organizations such as the
sostenibilidad y
Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership, the International Sustainability Standard Board, the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, or Capitals Coalition.
Sí, contaremos con más de
We'll have more than 20 speakers from the international, European, and national sphere, and the presidents and CEOs of leading global sustainability companies that will analyze the main levers for accelerating business action on sustainable development and to maximize ESG impact on corporate sustainability.
Pero antes de comenzar este interesante
And before starting this interesting day, I would like to introduce you to the Committee of Honor that supports this 10th edition, chaired by His Majesty King Philip VI, the ESG Spain Honorary Committee is composed of 50 members made up of high-level institutional representatives, including the President of the Spanish government, the President of the Congress of Deputies and the Senate, as well as high-level institutional representatives and the presidents and CEOs of sponsoring partner companies of Forética, members of the Spanish Business Council for Sustainable Development. Without a doubt, ESG Spain has an extraordinary committee of honor that endorses this business meeting. We'd also like to thank the support of more than 200 members of Forética to this forum, which continues to position Forética as the business organization of reference in the field of sustainability, not just in Spain, but also globally, generating important global alliances as partners of the World Business Council for Sustainable Development and CSR Europe. So special thanks to Accenture, Amazon, CaixaBank, Chiesi, ENGIE, Manpower Group, MAPFRE, McKinsey & Company, Mutualidad de la Abogacía, Banco Santander, and SAP for the support in this edition. So before we begin, I'd like to share with you all of today's topics to social media, to the hashtag ESG Spain 2022, and tagging @Forética. So I encourage you to act as real journalists and to tell on Twitter and LinkedIn the key messages of these sessions, generating fruitful dialogue through this hashtag in which questions, impressions, and comments are exchanged in line with what we say here today. So let's turn sustainability into the permanent trending topic it deserves to be. Now, I'd like to remind you that as part of Forética's environmental commitment, it will offset CO2 emissions generated by those who are following us here on stage and in the auditorium, and those who are following us remotely. So, for that purpose, the attendees today will answer the short survey about their journeys, and Forética will compensate their CO2 carbon emissions generated not only today, but also throughout 2022. We'd like to also thank the media partners of this business meeting for this. Many thanks to Compromiso RSE, board members, corresponsales, Diario Responsable, Ethics, Serio Media, and Sociable for their support. So there's no doubt that a particularly important time in terms of transformation, geopolitical instability, and economic uncertainty, it's necessary to promote a sustainable, green, and inclusive recovery, and that sustainability must be seen not as an opportunity, but as a reality, as a need. So we now want to welcome Raúl Grijalva, President of Forética and Executive Chairman of Manpower Group, Spain, Portugal, Greece, and Israel. So good morning. You can greet us now. Here's a warm applause. So good morning, Raúl. Thank you for joining us throughout the morning. We will delve into the main trends that are shaping the development of sustainability at global level, a particularly complex time. So the essential question, what's the main challenge for the companies in terms of ESG? So thank you, Monica. Great introduction. I think that you were able in 5 minutes to summarize all the story of this 10th Congress and Forum for ESG Spain 2022. It was a challenge 10 years ago when sustainability still was in the hands of just a few companies. And I think Forética, from the beginning, has strongly bet on playing this role so that the trends and the impact of the three main pillars were brought here to Spain as a reference. I think we broke a record with 1,500 attendees. As Monica was mentioning, the two main axes the last 2 years, both environmentally and in terms of good governance, have been the axis that have been more powerful in the agendas for companies and the society in general. I think the two main milestones of the last 2 years, both for the pandemic and the Ukraine conflict that we will delve into later, I think
y el
the
reto sea mayor
impact
para
and the
todos los que
challenge
estamos
is even
aquí.
greater for
Preguntaba
all of
Mónica
us
sobre
today. Monica was
cómo,
asking
¿no?, desde el punto de vista
about
empresarial
how,
estamos
from
liderando
the
la
corporate
sostenibilidad en
standpoint, we are
colaboración, por
leading in terms
supuesto,
of
público-privada.
sustainability and the
Pero quería recordar ayer
public-private
una
collaboration. But
una
yesterday,
noticia
well,
importante que
I
creo que
want
salió
to
estos días
remind you
sobre
of
España,
a
que
piece of
todavía
news that
tenemos
we
por
saw
delante,
yesterday in Spain.
bueno, grandes
That,
retos,
well, we
¿no?
still
Tan
have
solo
some
32
challenges ahead.
compañías
Only 32 companies,
españolas han
Spanish
conseguido
companies, have
certificar sus
been
datos
able
con
to
base
certify the
científica, con lo cual
data
tenemos
from a
todavía,
scientific
lógicamente, un gran reto por
base, so
delante.
we have a
También
challenge
hay
ahead
buenas
of us.
noticias, ¿no? Ayer
And also we have
estuvimos
good
un informe
news.
decía
The
que
same
casi
report
el
said that
71% de
almost
los consumidores
71%
después de la
of consumers
pandemia
after the
estarían
pandemic
dispuestos, ¿no?, a
would
apoyar
be
y a
willing
comprar
to
más
support
productos y
and
servicios de
buy
aquellas marcas
more products and
que
services
más
from
foco
the
tengan,
brands that are
desde
more
luego, en
focused
la ESG, lo cual
on
significa que también, ¿no?,
ESG.
desde el punto de vista
So that
social,
means that from a
las
social
empresas empiezan a
standpoint,
tener un
companies are
reconocimiento
starting to be
sobre todas las grandes
acknowledged
inversiones y los grandes retos que
in
están.
terms of what their
Bueno,
challenges
nosotros
and
desde
investments
Forética,
are. So from
10
Forética,
años de este congreso, pero
after, well,
recientemente,
we've
hace 3
made this
años,
congress for 10 years,
abordamos un
but
plan
3 years
estratégico
ago
con
we
todo el
approached a
equipo
strategic
de
plan
Forética que está
with the
presente,
team
donde
that is here
le
today,
llamamos la triple A.
and
Yo
we
creo que
called it the
muy
AAA,
ilustrativo, ¿no? Primero, con una ambición, ¿no? Una
with an
ambición
ambition,
de
first
llevar
of
la
all, to
sostenibilidad
take
a esos
sustainability
grandes
to the
directivos que tienen
well,
que, en
to
definitiva,
the
abanderar,
big
¿no?, la
executives
sostenibilidad.
that
Nosotros muchas
should
veces
lead in
comparamos
terms
la
of
sostenibilidad
sustainability.
en estos momentos probablemente
Right
con
now,
la digitalización,
with
en términos de
digitization,
cómo una compañía es capaz, ¿no?, de generar
meaning how a company can
sinergias, de
generate
generar,
synergies
en definitiva,
and
la capacidad de perdurar en el
the
tiempo. Yo creo que
ability
hoy,
to
¿no?,
last
la
in time.
sostenibilidad está
I
siendo
think
para
sustainability
muchas
today for
de las
many
compañías en el mundo
companies in
el
the
gran
world
reto,
is
¿no?
the
Yo creo que
big
esto,
challenge.
creo que foros como este,
And I
marcando
think that this
tendencias
kind of
y
forums where we
analizando
want
de
to
lleno
set
los tres
trends and to
pilares, sin duda,
deeply analyze the three
esta
pillars
misma
are
ambición,
important. So this
hace que hoy
ambition
tengamos aquí casi 8 presidentes
makes us have
presentes,
8
hablando también de cómo lideran sus
chairmen or
compañías y que
presidents
esto
today,
puede servir de ejemplo
talking
a
about the
miles de
companies
compañías
to
también
set an
en
example
este
to other
país.
companies
Y también algo
here in
que, sin
Spain,
duda, se
and
ha convertido en
also
los últimos
something that
18
has
meses en
become
el
the last
gran,
18 months
probablemente estandarte de España, ¿no? Y
the
es este
great
famoso Consejo
banner
Empresarial
in
Español
Spain,
por el Desarrollo
this
Sostenible,
Corporate
que creamos hace
Council for
exactamente febrero
Sustainable
del 21, y que en estos
Development in
momentos,
February
gracias a ese
2021.
compromiso
And
que
right
llevan
now,
estos
thanks to the
45
commitment
presidentes,
of
y
this
sobre todo, ¿no?, esa visión
45
2050, que es la primera vez que se aterriza
CEOs,
en un país de la
and it's
manera
the
que lo han hecho
first time
todos
we
los
do this in a
200 socios de
country,
Forética,
as has been
y que
done
hoy
of
es,
the
desde luego,
over
más reconocido de
200
una manera
partners
práctica
of
mundial,
Forética, and it's
están siendo,
becoming
desde
a
luego,
world
un
common
referente
practice
en la
and becoming a
interlocución, ¿no?,
benchmark in
con la
terms
parte
of the
pública, con la
communication
parte
with the
asociativa. Yo creo que este consejo dará mucho
public-private
que hablar en los próximos
sides, and well,
Dentro
it
de
will be
estas
very
tres
much talked about
triples,
inside
la A, la
these three AAAs.
segunda es la
The
acción.
second one is
Yo
action,
creo que efectivamente
and I think,
en
well,
estos momentos los
at
clústeres
these
que están
times, the
trabajando
clusters
los
that
más de
are,
200 socios que nos
well, the
acompañan
over
hoy,
200
con
partners
frente,
we
¿no?,
have
los
today
departamentos de
in
sostenibilidad con todos sus
the
equipos, y
sustainability
donde están
departments with
trabajando
their
sin duda
teams,
en
and
todas las
they are
tres
working
pilares de
on the three
sostenibilidad. Y creo que
sustainability
estamos
pillars.
siendo, ¿no?,
I
también un
think
referente
that
no
we
solo
are
en
a
las
benchmark,
tendencias,
not
sino
just
también
in terms
en
of
los
trends,
ejemplos prácticos
but
de
also
cómo
in
abordar
practical
desde el punto
examples
de
of
vista
how to
empresarial
approach from the
los
corporate
grandes
standpoint
retos.
the big
Sin
challenges.
duda, decía antes que la E
There's
y la
no
G
doubt that
llevan bueno, pues
E
desde
and
hace
G
tiempo, ¿no?, un
have
track
been
record
for some
importantísimo en
time,
acciones.
well,
Yo creo
so
que otra de la
important.
acción
And I
importantísima ha sido
think
la S, el desarrollo que desde
the
Forética
development
hemos empujado en
we've
muchos de los proyectos
pushed
que hay
forward
en
in
la E, que
Forética,
hay
and
en la
many of the
S,
projects
social, de
in the
desigualdad,
S for social,
y que hoy mismo
for
veréis en este
inequality
programa que
too.
tenemos
Well, you'll see
cómo hay
today
una
in
parte
this
central
program
muy
how
importante
there's a
sobre la S, sobre la combatir
central
las
side
desigualdades, y
in
de
terms
hecho
of
contamos,
fighting
yo creo que
inequality, social
con
inequality,
un panel
and
francamente
with a
potente,
very
incluso
powerful
probablemente liderando por James
panel
Gunn,
led by
como
James
lo
Gunn.
os comentaremos, es la persona que
And
lidera la
well,
comisión
the person leading
por
the
la lucha contra las
committee
desigualdades
to
en
fight
Milwaukee,
for
Wisconsin,
the
que se está convirtiendo
inequalities,
probablemente en la
and
comisión
well,
más
this
relevante
council
que
is
hay hoy en
becoming
día.
the most relevant
Y
council
tercero
in the
y
world.
último, la ambición, ¿no?
And well, finally, ambition for the AAA. No, sorry,
alianzas.
alliances.
Bueno, yo creo que
I
Forética
think
pregona,
Forética,
¿no? Y yo creo que somos los primeros, ¿no?, que apoyamos y recomendamos,
from
¿no?, que la
Forética, we
sostenibilidad se haga
support
a
and
través de
recommend the
alianzas.
sustainability
Y como
be
decía
done
Mónica, las ya
through
conocidas por
alliances.
todos
And as
vosotros,
Monica
con
said,
el
well,
World
you
Business
know
Council
some of them when
y
the
con,
World Business
desde
Council
luego, CSR Europe
the
también estamos
CSR
desarrollando
Europe. We are
nuevas
also
alianzas, ¿no? Con el
working on
Instituto
new
por el
alliances with
Sostenibilidad de Cambridge y otras que
the
están
Cambridge
llegando y que
Institute
creo esto también
and
nos va a
others.
reforzar,
And I
desde
think
luego,
this
en
will
nuestro
help
rol
us
aquí en España
strengthen
de ser
our role
referente
here
en
in
todas las
Spain as a
tendencias
benchmark in all the international
Quería
trends.
terminar
I wanted to
agradeciendo, ¿no? a este gran
end
equipo de Forética
my
que está aquí
speech
presente,
thanking
no
Forética's
solo hoy,
team
este acto,
today,
sino
not
también
just today,
probablemente
but
este año 2022
probably
es el de más impacto en
2022 is
términos
the year with the highest impact in terms
liderazgo,
of
de ideas, de
leadership,
eventos
ideas,
y de,
events, and
equipos de trabajo, y eso, bueno,
work
representa para
teams.
mí un orgullo
And this,
como
well,
presidente de Forética contar con un equipo
makes me
de esta
proud
magnitud.
to represent
Y
a team
también, bueno, quería agradecer a
of
esta
this
casa,
size. And I want to thank
la persona de su consejero delegado que nos acompañará ahora y este magnífica
here
oportunidad que
the
tenemos de
CEO
colaborar
of
ya el tercer
A3
año
Media.
con Antena
We've been
3
doing this
Media, con lo
for
cual,
3 years
quería
already
dar por inaugurado y
with
agradeceros
A3
a
Media,
todos, desde luego,
and I wanted to
vuestra
thank you all
presencia hoy aquí.
to be here.
Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you so
Un
much.
saludo.
Muchísimas gracias, Raúl, por esa visión tan completa que ha servido para
Thank you, Raúl, for such a complete vision that has served as a starting point for us to go through the most relevant aspects of the day-to-day sustainability. And today, as Raúl was saying, as hosts in A3 Media, I would like to introduce you to our CEO, Javier Bardají.
La bienvenida, un
I
aplauso
want to welcome
también,
him today,
que
so
se note que
please
está-
give him a warm applause.
Javier, buenos días.
Javier, good morning.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias por
So
acompañarnos
thank
en
you
esta
for being
inauguración.
here with
Tercer
us
año
today in this
consecutivo en el
opening.
que
So
somos
third year in a
anfitriones,
row,
lo que demuestra
we are
nuestro
hosting this
compromiso con la
event, so
sostenibilidad.
showing our
La
commitment in
pregunta
terms
yo
of
creo que es
sustainability,
obvia,
and I
¿cuál
think
es
the
el
question
papel
is
que
obvious.
tenemos
What's
en esta
our
casa en
role
A3
in
Media
A3
en
Media
cuanto a este asunto?
in
Así
terms
que,
of sustainability?
adelante.
So the floor is yours.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos.
So
Hoy es
thank you
uno de
all
esos
very
días
much.
que apetece,
Today is one of those days where
inaugurar, o
you
por lo
feel
menos
like
esto, ser
opening
anfitrión,
or
mejor dicho,
hosting
de unas jornadas como estas. No es la primera vez que lo
days
hacemos
such
y
as
estamos muy
this one. Is not the
orgullosos de
first time we
que
do this, and
Forética,
we are proud
nos
that
elija
Forética
como
chooses us
anfitriones.
again as hosts.
También muy
Also,
agradecidos al Comité de
very
Honor
thankful for
y a
the
todas las empresas,
honor
representantes de la
committee
administración
and the
y
companies, the representatives of the administration and attendees of this 10th edition of the ESG Spain.
Este es el gran
This is
foro
the
de
big
la corporación de la
forum
sostenibilidad en las
for
grandes
sustainability in big
y, por tanto,
corporations. So
a todas las personas que nos están viendo
for
presencialmente, tanto aquí
everyone
como en
online
una sala o
and
plató adyacente,
well,
así
here
como
in this room
creo
or
que más de 1000 personas nos
in
están
this
viendo
company, I
por
think
streaming,
we are
pues
being
también,
watched by over
les
1,000
agradezco
people. So
su
I thank
presencia.
you. For
Es un
presence.
orgullo para nosotros ser
We
anfitriones
are
por tercer año
proud to
consecutivo
host
porque
this event
a A3
for
Media
the
le
third year
interesa
in a row
y
because
apuesta
A3 Media has an
por las
interest in
materias de
this,
sostenibilidad,
strongly betting
por
on
apoyar la divulgación
sustainability
de las
matters
tendencias más
and
relevantes en
dissemination of
asuntos
the most important
medioambientales,
trends in terms of
sociales y de buen
sustainability,
gobierno.
social and
Y
corporate
vivimos, y
governance.
no es una novedad,
And
por desgracia, en un
this
momento
is
de gran
no news
incertidumbre,
to
de
anyone.
creciente
We are
inestabilidad,
uncertain
de
times
enormes
and
retos
with great
globales, con un impacto
instability,
social
global
y
challenges with the
económico
social and economic
de la
impact
guerra de Ucrania, en las
because of the
economías
war in
de todo
Ukraine
el mundo
and the
y de
economies all
Europa
over the world,
especialmente,
and in Europe
con la
especially,
emergencia climática
with
que
the
no ha
climate
desaparecido, sino
change
que
that
incluso
hasn't gone away,
se ha agravado,
even it has become
con una
worse,
creciente desigualdad
with
y con
growing
poderosos efectos de los que
inequality
todavía no nos hemos
and
recuperado
some
de la
effects
pandemia.
with the effects of the
Y las
pandemic, which we're
empresas
still recovering from.
y A3 Media, a través
And
de su
also the companies
actividad,
and A3
pues
Media through
tenemos
its
un gran
activity,
impacto en
we
la
have
sociedad,
a great
unas
impact
más que otras.
on society, some more than others.
Impacto positivo,
A
impacto
positive
negativo,
impact
eso
or
depende
a
de las
negative one, it
decisiones que
depends
tomemos.
on our
Y esas
decisions.
decisiones y
And
acciones
those
pues
decisions
creemos
and
que
actions, we believe,
generan valor para nuestras
generate,
compañías.
contribute
También
value to our
yo creo
companies.
que podemos crear
I
valor
think we
para
can
las
create
personas,
value
empezando
for
por nuestros
people,
propios
starting with
empleados,
our own
pero sobre todo para
employees,
todos nuestros
but
clientes
especially to all,
y
for all
efectivamente
our
por el
clients and,
planeta y
well, for
contribuir
the
a un
planet
futuro
and
más sostenible y
to
próspero.
try to have a
Por
more
eso la apuesta por la
sustainable
sostenibilidad
future. That's why
sobre nuestro impacto en el
we're
entorno y
betting
sobre cómo
on our
conseguimos
impact on
nuestros
the environment,
resultados
sustainability,
empresariales,
and
yo creo que ya no es una
how
elección,
we
pues un
make
poco como ha dicho
what we make with
Raúl,
our
el
corporate
presidente,
result. This is
es
no
una
longer a
necesidad
choice;
que
it's
cualquier
a
empresa
need.
pues debe tener en cuenta en su
Any
estrategia.
company should take this into account
Y en A3
in
Media,
the strategy and in A3 Media.
Seamos líderes o no seamos
Whether
líderes,
we
y
are
ahora lo somos, y
leaders
es
or
un
not,
buen
we are,
momento,
and it's a
pero
good time
también
for us.
cuando no
But
éramos líderes,
when
que
we
es lo
were
más
not
importante, hemos
leaders,
asumido ese rol
we
y no
took
entendemos
on
el
that
ejercicio de nuestro
role,
trabajo
and we do not understand our
sin
job
la observación
without
de la
observing
realidad que nos rodea,
the reality
de las demandas de
around
nuestros
us,
grupos de
the
interés,
demands of our
para poder
stakeholders,
integrarlas
to be able
en
to
nuestro
include
negocio.
them in our business.
Entonces apostamos
So we
por la sostenibilidad,
strongly
pero
bet
no
on
solamente para dar
sustainability, but not
respuesta a la
just
creciente
to answer to the
presión regulatoria que
growing,
podamos tener cada una de nuestras industrias, también en
all
el
the
mundo
regulations,
audiovisual.
growing regulations
a la que nos estamos
in the
enfrentando,
audiovisual department
se
too
está
we're
transformando el modelo
facing.
empresarial,
Also
la ley
the
de información no
transformation
financiera,
of
la
the
ley de cambio
corporate
climático,
model,
transición
the
energética,
energy
taxonomía de
transition
finanzas
sustainable
sostenibles,
model,
sino también a responder
and
a
also
nuestros
to
propios
answer to
clientes
our own
anunciantes. Muchos de
clients
vosotros
and
sois,
advertisers. Many of you
anunciantes
are
de esta
advertisers
casa,
of this
y como nosotros sois cada vez
house,
más
and
conscientes,
you are more
sobre
and
todo
more aware
las
every day,
direcciones
as we
generales,
are,
los CEOs, a
especially the
veces los directores de
CEOs
marketing
and
no tanto,
executive
pero
managers,
sí
not so
los
much
líderes,
the
los CEOs, de que
CMOs,
la integración de los
that
factores ESG
integration
en
of
sus
ESG
análisis de inversión
factors in
están
the
cambiando
investment
sin duda las
analysis
prácticas
are
empresariales.
changing the corporate
Y también a
practices.
nuestra audiencia
And also
y también a la
to
sociedad en
our
general le
audience and
importa
the society
nuestro
in general.
impacto
They
y
care
nuestra
about our
forma de
impact
hacer las
and the
cosas
way
en
we do
Atresmedia,
things in
porque nos
Atresmedia
están
Media,
exigiendo
because they are
productos más
demanding from us more
sostenibles,
sustainable
comportamientos
products,
éticos y medioambientales
ethical and
responsables, ¿no?
environmental
Nosotros estamos en el plato
responsible
de pasapalabra.
behaviors. We are
Yo
in
decía
the
antes,
pasapalabra
bromeando
set
al
today,
presidente,
and I was
diciéndole,
talking,
"Este
well,
es
to the
un gran plato
chairman,
sostenible,
saying, this is
no
a
solamente
sustainable
por lo
set,
que-
not
porque está
just
iluminado
because
con
of the
las
lighting
mejores
with the best
técnicas de
techniques
eficiencia
in terms of
en cuanto a
efficiency,
iluminación, o que esté
or
intentando ser
because we're
construidos esos
trying
platos
to build
con
our sets
material
with,
evidentemente que tenga un consumo muy bajo de CO2,
with a low
sino
carbon
porque es un
material.
gran programa cultural,
But
en
it's a
pleno prime time
cultural
de la televisión de este
program in a
país.
prime
Es un
time
programa que tiene ratings de
of our
2,5
country with
millones
ratings
de
of over
abonados,
2 million
de clientes y de telespectadores,
viewers,
y que sostiene esto nuestras audiencias de una forma
and
muy potente
sustaining our
en el
audience in a very
corazón
powerful way
del target
in the
comercial y
heart
del
of the
prime time de
commercial
la
target
de la
and prime
televisión.
time
Por
of
eso
a
tiene mucho sentido
TV.
también que lo hagamos en este plató.
So that's why it makes sense for
Alguna
us to do this in this set.
cuestión sobre lo que es hacer televisión
Something
sostenible,
what is
de eso
doing
también quiero
sustainable
hablar
television
con
is something I want to
todos
talk to you
vosotros
about
unos minutos hoy por la
for
mañana.
a few minutes
Porque hablamos de
today, because we
la industria del motor
talk
sostenible,
about
los supermercados nuevos
well,
sostenibles,
the new
las nuevas
supermarkets,
energías
the
renovables,
new
pero
renewable
poca
energies,
gente se pregunta
everything
qué es
that's
hacer
sustainable, but
televisión
not many
sostenible.
people think about what
Parece que es un tema que
doing
no va
sustainable
con los
TV
medios de
is.
comunicación.
It seems to be something that has nothing to do with the
Cada
media.
día, cerca de 22 millones
Every
de
day,
personas
over
eligen los
22 million
canales de
people
televisión de
choose
Atresmedia
the
para
TV
informarse o
channels,
entretenerse.
well, to be
Más
informed
de
and to
3
be
millones de
entertained.
personas
Over 3
sintonizan
million
nuestras emisoras
people
de radio, Onda
choose
Cero,
our
Europa FM,
radio,
y 26 millones de usuarios o visitantes únicos siguieron el pasado
and over
mes pues, la actualidad
26 million
política,
followed
social,
last month,
y sus
well, all the
contenidos
news,
de entretenimiento
social,
a través de
in
nuestras
terms of
webs.
social and politics, through our
Sabemos que
website.
tenemos
So
una
we know
capacidad
we
de
have
comunicación,
the
de atracción y
communication
de influencia
ability
notable.
for and
Y
a
por eso
great
tenemos la responsabilidad de utilizar nuestro
influence
poder de comunicación, no
capability.
solo
So
para
we
informar
want
o
to
entretener,
use this
sino para
capability not
construir
just to
una
inform or
sociedad
entertain,
mejor.
but to build
Y
a
esa es la
better
esencia de nuestro
society. And
propósito
that's the
corporativo.
essence
En
of the
Atresmedia
corporate purpose.
creemos,
And in
y lo
Atresmedia, we
sabéis, en el
believe, and you
poder
know that,
que ejerce
in the
la
power
reflexión y la
of
emoción.
reflection
Y
and
eso es lo que
emotion.
intentamos hacer
And this is what we
en
try
cada
to
uno de
do
nuestros platos.
in each of our sets.
Ofrecemos información
We
veraz y
offer
plural para que
true
las
and
personas generen su
plural
propio criterio,
information for people to make
para
up their own
darles
minds,
herramientas para que
to give
tomen
them the
decisiones,
tools to make the
pero
right
también generamos
decisions, but
entretenimiento
also
de
we generate
calidad,
quality
diverso,
entertainment,
que inspira,
diverse,
que moviliza, que
inspirational,
acompaña, como se vio durante la pandemia con
as
nuestros
you saw
compatriotas,
throughout the pandemic
intentamos estar
with our
cerca de
colleagues.
ellos.
We tried to
Y
be
esa reflexión y emoción
right
que generan
beside you,
nuestros
and that,
contenidos
well,
son
those
las
feelings and
palancas que pueden
emotion of
provocar
our contents are levers that
positivo
may
en
have
el
a
entorno que nos
positive
rodea.
impact in our
Hoy
environment.
podemos decir que
Today we can
Atresmedia es
say
un
that
grupo de
Atresmedia
comunicación
is
líder en
a
nuestro país
communication group,
y por este motivo somos en
leaders
gran
in our
parte
country. That's
más
why
responsables
we are
todavía de
even
contribuir a
more
la
responsible
sostenibilidad.
to contribute to
Especialmente desde un
sustainability,
punto de vista
especially
cultural,
from a
social,
cultural, social,
político, poniendo por ello en
political
el centro de nuestra
standpoint,
estrategia de
putting at the
sostenibilidad
core of our
quizás la
strategy
S, más que cualquiera de las
more
otras dos letras.
the S than any
La
other
S
letter,
social.
the S for social.
Los medios debemos comprometernos con la
The
sostenibilidad
media
social.
should be committed
Yo creo que ese
to
es
social
verdaderamente nuestro reto.
sustainability, and that's
Porque
our
dejamos
greatest
nuestra
challenge, because
particular
we
huella
have
de
our own
carbono en la sociedad.
carbon imprint
En
in
cada uno de los
society.
mensajes que
On
lanzamos
each of
al
the
aire,
messages
que
we
emitimos
send,
al aire,
we
o
broadcast.
benefician
Well,
o
they can be
contaminan.
positive or they can be polluting.
No está nuestro verdadero objetivo, que por
Our
supuesto
real
también
goal,
en la sostenibilidad climática o verde.
of course,
Cada uno tiene
it's in terms
su
in
core.
the green sustainability,
Nuestro
but
core es más ese,
our
el de
core
la
is
S.
more
Es obvio que no
focused
tiene el
on the
mismo efecto
S.
informar que distribuir
It's not the
fake
same
news,
thing distributing
ni
fake
entretener
news
con
as informing or
contenidos
entertaining
saludables
with healthy
que viralizar
content
mensajes de odio,
than encouraging
que
hatred
afectan a la autoestima
messages
de nuestros hijos o nuestras hijas.
affecting, well,
Por eso nos
the-
toca hablar de la sostenibilidad social, de los
the
medios.
mindsets of
Porque ningún
the
medio
young
debería
people, because
poder
no
emitir de
media
responsabilidad
should be able
ética
to
sobre sus
broadcast
contenidos si se considera
if
editor.
they are
Y
considered
eso
to
es
be
en clara
editors.
confrontación con lo que hacen
And
las
this goes
plataformas
against what the
digitales
digital
como
platforms
Google,
do, such
como
as
Meta,
Google,
como
Meta,
Facebook, como Twitter,
Facebook, Twitter,
que han abdicado de esa
that,
responsabilidad.
well, have let go of that
sus cuentas
responsibility
falsas,
because of the
sus
fake
bots,
accounts, bots,
con toda una política muchas veces fraudulenta que está denunciada en métricas y medición de audiencias que pagáis muchas veces vosotros como anunciantes
a
cuando
fraudulent
estáis en esas
policy that
plataformas.
you pay for when you enter the platforms many times.
Nosotros no abdicamos de esa responsabilidad.
Well,
Y como
we
somos responsables de
take
nuestros
full
contenidos,
responsibility for that, and
desde
we are
hace
responsible
tiempo
for our content. So for a long
decidimos
time,
situarnos
we
en el
decided
lado de
to
la solución
be
y
on
no
the
del
side of the
trabajo
solution and not
y no del problema y trabajar
on the problem
para el bien
side,
común,
and to work
apostando
for
por una industria
a greater
socialmente
good, betting
sostenible
on a
audiovisual.
socially and audiovisually,
Por ello,
audiovisual,
Atresmedia,
socially
efectivamente,
sustainable
nos hemos inspirado en los
company.
Objetivos de
We
Desarrollo
are,
Sostenible de
well,
las
we
Naciones
have
Unidas, y nos
some
hemos dotado de nuestros
SDGs,
particulares objetivos
but we have
de
our own
desarrollo sostenible
goals
social que pueden tener un impacto
socially
directo
that may have a
por lo que
direct
hacemos
impact
todos los
because of
días
what we do every day
con nuestros contenidos,
with our content,
más que, como os decía, la
more
sostenibilidad climática
than
o
climate
verde,
or green
por supuesto,
sustainability that, of course,
y estos objetivos los tenéis
well,
ahí,
we meet
nos
to.
guían
We
a la hora
have
de
these
hacer los
SDGs
contenidos
that
que
guide
emitimos
us
al
in
aire. Son
when
los
creating
valores
our
que
content
siempre
and
estos nos han
broadcasting them.
acompañado,
They are the values
pero
we've
alineados
always
a la
had, but
sostenibilidad
aligned
social.
with social
Son contenidos que tienen
sustainability.
que
These
fomentar
contents
la
have to
reflexión, el
encourage
pensamiento crítico,
reflection, critical
pero no por eso
thinking,
tienen que ser aburridos.
but not for that reason
Tienen que
they should
ofrecer
be
la máxima
boring
calidad
or dull. They
informativa,
have to be of the
desmontar las
highest
fake news.
quality. They
Nosotros
have,
tenemos
well, to
una
dismantle fake
organización
news.
de
We have
600 periodistas
a
a
company
menos
of
de 150 metros
600
de este
journalists
plató,
that are
repartidos en
working
la
less than
redacción
50
Antena
meters
3,
from
la
here,
redacción de La
and
Sexta
they
y la
work in La
redacción de
Sexta,
Onda Cero.
Antena 3, and Onda Cero
Y eso no es un
radio
fake.
station, and that's not a fake news.
600 periodistas,
600 journalists, they have their careers,
trabajos y sus
their jobs,
estudios de reciclaje.
and they
En
work
plena
on
transformación digital, pues muchísimos de
recycling,
ellos,
and
otros
they are
periodistas mucho más
in the midst of digital
talluditos.
transformation.
Pero tenemos una verdadera
But we have
maquinaria
a
de
big
dar contexto a lo que ocurre en mi país, en
company
nuestro país,
creating a
y sobre todo de
context for what's
validar
happening here in
todo lo
Spain
que
and
los
validating
otros editores
everything
esto hacen
that
en sus
the
plataformas.
editors do in their platforms.
Tenemos medios que lo que intentan apoyar es la diversidad.
We also have media that what they try to do is support pluralism and support social activities and to ensure the privacy of data, and that's the key of all our operations. To us, that means doing socially sustainable television, and these SDGs are the ones that we have set as a guide to understand in which direction we're moving, or at least understand how we want to do things. This helps us during our news broadcasts, entertainment programs, and they are cross-sectional throughout our company. So this is part of our commitment and the contract that we have taken on with you, with the audience, with our listeners, and with our advertisers as well. But as well as the content that we have, we also work, for example, with certain campaigns, such as one where avoiding traffic accidents and promoting better health in our country, helping our scientists. We've got Levanta la Cabeza, which is a social movement which encourages responsible use of technology. We've got Tolerance Zero, another campaign against gender-based violence. We also have activities through Atresmedia Foundation. Here we have some of its representatives who are currently working with the aim of teaching the youth about television and media studies. These are only some examples of all the activities that Atresmedia is carrying out to have a real impact in society. And before I end, I'd like to remind you that we're working to transform our internal management and corporate culture by focusing more on management of ESG risk, reducing carbon emissions in order to become net zero, also encouraging training in these fields, and focusing on ESG issues and improving our sustainability. It is true that we're focusing on all of those goals, but I want you to remember the fact that in Atresmedia we're adapting to respond together with other stakeholders and societies, such as yourselves, to face the incredible social, technological, and environmental challenges that we're facing nowadays. That's why I would like to wish you all a very inspirational day. I hope that you learn and that you can act upon everything you hear here today. So I wish you a very fruitful event, and thank you for enabling us to host this event. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias, Javier. La verdad es que
Thank you very much, Javier. I really liked hearing about the footprint, the carbon footprint that the media leaves in the environment. As Javier has said, we try every day to ensure that that footprint that we leave behind is not polluting and is as sustainable as possible. So thank you, Javier, for having talked to us today. And to conclude this opening section, we give the floor to the President of the Economic and Social Council, Anton Kostas, who did not want to miss the opportunity to support this benchmark forum on business sustainability as a member of the honorary committee of this event. And in this context, we'd like to ask him, why should companies integrate sustainability into their strategy?
Buenos días. Es para mí un
Good
placer
morning.
y un honor.
It is a pleasure and an honor to have the opportunity to speak to you here at this event of Forética on corporate sustainability. I would like to take the advantage to highlight the importance of having good companies and increase the number of good companies in our country. Companies that have a purpose, that have ambition, and with profitability, of course. Why is all of this important? In my opinion, the main priority, but not the only priority in our country, is to create good jobs for more people and all over a country. The question is then, who creates good jobs? Good jobs are created by good companies. And that's why I'm talking about that purpose that we have of having good companies in the country, which I'm sure is also your objective. Good companies means strengthening the ethics of companies, as well as strengthening ethics of companies and the state. But at this time, it's important to focus on strengthening the ethics of companies. These ethics should not be based exclusively on the solidarity principle. We need ethics that are based on reciprocity, of what we give each other in all aspects of life in which we participate, and especially in companies. We need that reciprocity of companies with all those stakeholders that are important to them, employees, the communities where they work, clients, suppliers, and of course with all the stakeholders. But undoubtedly, I think that's the basis of that ethics that we need. At many times, I wonder, is this reciprocity, this responsibility that we're talking about, so environmental, social, and political responsibilities, wouldn't these be a burden for companies, a burden that will affect profitability? In my opinion, the answer is no. This reciprocity that I'm talking about is the basis of that long-term profitability for companies, because a company that has a purpose is able to keep its best employees and creates that bond with its employees and attracts new talent. And it's that feeling of belonging to the company and the feeling of having the best talent, on which I base my argument about the importance of that responsibility. The reason is that when we have better employees who feel more identified with the corporate purpose in the long term, are more productive, they're more innovative, and they therefore create more profitability for the company.
Permítanme decirles que creo que hay un momento de oportunidad ahora.
Enabling me to say that I think this is the time at which we can improve this feeling of responsibility, of ambition of companies. And what's the reason for that? Well, if we face nowadays, the challenges we're facing nowadays and that we'll be facing in the next few decades, and difficulties that governments are facing in order to improve conditions in society, these will turn to companies because I think they see in them an agent for change. And I think this is one of the purposes of Forética. That's why I'm so happy to have been able to talk to you today, even if briefly, and I just want to wish you a good day, and I hope you have a good event. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Costas, for this inspiring approach, highlighting the clear bond between sustainability and profitability and the great opportunity it represents for companies now more than ever. Next, I will move on to the next part of the event, in which the panelists will be the main trends, talk about the main trends in sustainable business transformation and the importance of public-private collaboration at a global level. We will also learn firsthand about the latest developments in sustainability, reporting on the road to the standardization of a single global standard. But first, let's take a closer look at the geopolitical news, because in recent months, the geopolitical scene has been marked by the invasion of Ukraine, an event that is undoubtedly having an impact on economies and policies around the world. And we will see how this situation is impacting the sustainability agenda of companies. All these issues will be addressed in the next panel of experts, for which I will hand over to Germán Granda, Director General of Forética and Secretary of the Spanish Business Council for Sustainable Development. You have the floor. Thank you very much, Monica, and thank you to all those who are here with us in this set and in all the other sets here in Atresmedia, and also those who are following us online. I would also like to thank Raúl Grijalva for his words and for welcoming us here today. It's very encouraging to see how they talk about ESG, and I'd like to thank all partners as well for all the work, everything they're doing, and the commitment that they have to continue increasing those three levers that have been mentioned, and I think which are very important. This is very relevant, especially regarding the events that we've observed in the last few months, and which are affecting the sustainability agenda as well. A few months ago, we published the 2022 Forética report, and there we highlighted how the Forética partners have mentioned that all of this has contributed and helped to create a closer company, closer to society, especially after the recent crises, and undoubtedly now with the new crisis that has risen after the invasion of Ukraine. So we need to focus on sustainability, and we need companies that focus in this field, and I'm sure these were the companies that are going to lead the context in the next few years. On 24 February, that evening started the invasion of Ukraine. We woke up in the morning, I'm sure that Raúl will remember this, and many of you here with us today, because we met at the Sustainable Development Council meeting, and from the beginning we started talking about the impact of what had happened over the night. I was present there during that meeting, and we all agreed that we had to bank on sustainability because it was decisive. From the very beginning, we were all worried about what was happening. Everyone had someone there in Ukraine. We all had friends or family or someone that we knew that was there. So I'd like to thank Marina for being with us here today. She is the head of the board of CSR Ukraine, a benchmark company working on sustainable development. We've been working with them for over 10 years, and it's a part of CSR Europe. So I'd like to ask you, first of all, how are you? What's happening? What will happen from now on, and how can we help you in that process? So thank you very much, Marina, for being here.
I switched to English just to ask you my first question. It's about what is the current situation right now in Ukraine, and what are the business perspectives that you are perceiving?
Buenos dias. I like Spanish very much, but I just started learning it. Thanks for inviting. And I came from Kiev. I have been for 5 months in Vienna, and now I came back to Kiev. It's not safe. The war is going on, unfortunately, so please never call this crisis. It's not crisis, it's real war against Ukraine. And, you know, I'm very proud of Ukrainian business. And it's really very difficult in Ukraine. You could understand that this is humanitarian challenges. There are economic challenges, but Ukrainian businesses operate. And from the first hours, because everything happened at 5 a.m., and I still remember it quite vividly, but from the first hours, Ukrainian companies started to evacuate their employees and their families according to business continuity plan. They had such plans, but nobody believed in such war. The second, companies made, I think, fantastic contribution to Ukrainian budget. They paid their taxes in advance. Approximately $1 billion were paid by companies as taxes, as advance tax. The third one is support to mobilized soldiers, and families where mobilized people were. And you know that a lot of Ukrainian men and women wanted to go and fight for their country. And it's still the situation, and we still are fighting, but it's very important to be with Ukraine now, because we want our lands, we want to have our sovereignty, and we want to fight for our freedom. But it's not just freedom of Ukraine, it's freedom of the whole Europe.
Creo que tenemos un pequeño vídeo
Yes.
que nos para reflejar, ¿no? If you have a video to reflect the...
Yes, yes.
Незважаючи на підлу та жорстку війну, розв'язану РФ проти України, український бізнес працює. Працюють і їх керівники та керівниці. Ці люди, які надихають, які в перші хвилини війни були зі своїми співробітниками та співробітницями. І сьогодні ми хочемо розказати історію українського бізнесу очима їх топів.
Більше 3 місяців на щоденній основі ми кожного ранку збиралися і фантазували, пропрацьовували з консультантами, як ми, як компанія, маємо реагувати, якщо насправді вторгнення відбудеться.
Ми готувалися, у нас був BCDR-план, і він відпрацював просто, я вважаю, невідмінно. Навіть так, що потім наші клієнти приходили до нас і казали, ми в шоці від того, як ви шикарно, гладко, чітко відпрацювали, злагоджено.
Якщо повернутись до 24 лютого, що відбувалось тоді?
Перший мій власний дзвінок був до мого водія, я їй подзвонила, кажу, забирай мене до офісу. Да, і ми поїхали до офісу, тому що я мала почати вирішувати і розгортати наш план Б. Ми були постійно на телефоні. Запитувала одне питання, де ви, де ви, де ви? Для них треба було розуміти, де я. Тоді вони заспокоїлися і казали, дивіться, я ось тут, я вас чекаю. Якщо ви готові, будь ласка, їдьте.
Україна показала, українське ІТ навіть змогло показати те, що незважаючи на будь-що, ми виконуємо наші комітменти. Ми люди слова. Ми сказали, ми зробили. Там може бути повітряна тривога, ракети, будь-що. Ці люди встають і показують навіть кращі результати, ніж в звичайний мирний час.
Ми запрошуємо до бізнесу, запрошуємо до ведення тих справ. І мені здається, Україна як ніколи зараз відкрита є до світу і навпаки.
Чому ви не виїхали?
Це патріотизм, це принципова позиція.
Ми маємо допомагати, наближати нашу перемогу. Якщо не ми, то хто? Ну, не ми, то хто? Ми українці, в нас немає вибору, в нас є лише один вибір, і це наша перемога.
Продовжувати сплачувати податки і зосереджувати велику частину, більшу частину бізнесу в Україні – це є наше свідоме рішення.
Thank you, Marina, very much. It's very inspiring and it shows the courage and the resilience of businesses and people in Ukraine. So now what's next? You have here an audience of Spanish companies. What is your message? What can we do? What can we do to help?
I think now you understand why I'm proud of Ukrainian businesses. I think there are two things to do. First, we should start with ourselves. And we should stop believing that it's possible to talk and negotiate with Russia. And please, my message is now for some Spanish brands, please leave Russia. Because now with taxes and with mobilization, these companies will help to continue this bloody war. And also it's very important to develop business and human rights due diligence plan and to make this due diligence to check partners and suppliers. Because I think now, because of this cruel war, we can't work with companies in Belarus and Russia. Because now, first of all, they should start this war in their own country against their government. This is the first one. The second, I understand that perhaps some of Spanish companies do not work in Ukraine. But very soon, Ukraine will be the center of rebuilding. So it's very important to think in your budget for the next year or for this year, the sum you are going to invest in Ukraine. Because now Ukraine is at front line of the whole Europe. Because unfortunately, for the whole 8 and even more years, Russia always had problems with their neighbors, because it's Russia. So please think about supporting Ukrainian companies and recruiting them as suppliers. Second, help Ukrainians recruit them. Third, it's very important now to develop female entrepreneurship. You know that after the beginning of war, many women with kids, only women with kids, left Ukraine because of the war. They are now here in Europe, so help them. And the second, start some small businesses, work in Ukraine, because it's very important. Also, think about supporting education. 2,000 schools were bombed in Ukraine, and this is not the end, because the war goes on. 200 schools were damaged, were destroyed at all. Think about supporting this. And one day the moment will come when you understand that money doesn't matter at all. For us, it was 24th of February. So now Ukraine pays high cost. So first, help us at the economic front, help us as a citizen to convince your government to give us more arms. And the third, as a citizen, because I think now we understand that sustainability can be developed even in the times of war, because sustainability is doing the right things. So please, let's do the right things.
Thank you very much, Marina. Let me introduce you Marta Marañón from our board, and we're going to share with her what Forética started doing. Vamos a hablar un poquito con Marta Marañón, que está hoy aquí, aparte de tu posición como directora adjunta de la Fundación Ayuda en Acción.
So she's here with us today. She was elected as a spokesperson for Forética by a group of NGOs which we work with, which are incredible, because I think that you do many different activities and projects. And a few days after the start of the invasion of Ukraine, we got in touch with you to see what we could do to mobilize not only companies but other organizations as well. And we'll talk about the different crises that we've observed as a result of that invasion and how this has had an impact on sustainability, how it's increased inflation, etc. But I think that the first impact was a human one. And so we had that first conversation. We talked about how we could mobilize the Forética companies, which many of them were already working in that field, and also with those NGOs. So how would you describe that participation and mobilization of companies, not only from the perspective of what Forética has done, but what has happened during this time, and what would you say is needed to continue moving forward? I would like to start by thanking Marina for her words. Undoubtedly, the people that are in Ukraine are real heroes, and they are the engine that are moving forward and that will lead to reconstruction. As Germana said, I am the spokesperson for Forética, and I would like to thank Forética because the response was immediate. All the partners of Forética were there. They encouraged us to create that alliance, that first A that was mentioned, and we worked together also with NGOs, with the humanitarian partners who are working on the field. From the 19 partners that Forética has, 7 of us are working directly or indirectly in Ukraine to respond to that emergency. I'd like to mention them very briefly. We've got Acción contra el Hambre, Aldeas Infantiles, Ayuda en Acción, CEAR, Misiones Salesianas, Plan International, and World Vision. So we are all very thankful because we received a lot of support from different companies and the private sector in order to respond to that emergency. It is true that at this time we can feel like there's some sort of fatigue, even the media, etc. We see that the news is always last. This issue is mentioned last. But I'd like to remind you that help, that aid is still very necessary. This is a report that was published only 5 days ago. Is that there's 17.4 million people that need humanitarian aid. This is very serious. There are 7 million internally displaced and many others that have had to migrate to neighboring countries in Europe. So, as I say, 7 million people don't have any food security or health security. 5.6 million children need education that doesn't only mean to open schools, but to ensure that they have education, even if it's online, that they have access to telecommunications, that they can connect. So we have lots of needs, and I'd also like to mention, and I'd like to thank you for providing us the opportunity of writing a blog post, and it is about the importance of coordination. We need to coordinate with Ukrainian social society, as Marina mentioned, and also with humanitarian actors. There are many humanitarian actors. They've got all UN organizations, the Red Cross, and many NGOs, such as ourselves. We work through an European network, which is known as Alliance 2015, but there are many others which are there. enviar
in Ukraine. So the idea is not to send money unless it's coordinated, that some companies perhaps want to send goods and services, and that has to be done through different humanitarian partners, but it shouldn't be done individually, because that means that the efforts are not being coordinated, and this is not helpful. And lastly, I think that we need to try to channel those contributions that are made, that are received, and donations should be sent to funds in cash, so that the UN agencies and Red Cross can distribute those funds, because there's high demand, there's lots of needs, and these people are in contact with those who are in real need there. So sometimes it's difficult to understand all of this, but it's important for those donations to be sent in that way. We all feel that urge to send things to Ukraine, but that means we're not really helping the local economies in Ukraine and in the neighboring countries, and we're not reducing our carbon footprint. We need to take all of that into account, so it's important to coordinate internally, and let's not forget about the consequences, which are very serious. At this time, there is a very serious issue with food security in Eastern Africa. For example, in Ethiopia, there's a 30% of inflation, there's 20 million people who need humanitarian aid, so the consequences are global. Don't only have an issue in Ukraine, we're working in many regions around the Ukraine, in the east and the south as well. And as I mentioned previously, we're working through Alliance 2015, we're supporting Moldavia to help those hosting families and to help with the distribution network. So that's what we can do. It's not very much, but if we coordinate our efforts, I'm sure that the impact will be much
Yo creo que estaremos también atentos a ya algunos socios se han dirigido a
Thank you
Forética,
so
porque
much.
tenemos in diciembre el Give and Gain,
In
que
December we have the Give and Gain. We do with the social
también, ¿no?, cómo podemos colaborar en las consecuencias en Ucrania y también las que se van trasladando aquí localmente, y algunos de los elementos que he sido comentando, por ejemplo, crisis alimentaria, ¿no? Pues algunos socios también se han dirigido a nosotros para hablar más en profundidad, precisamente siguiendo la visión 2050 de todo el ámbito de sistemas alimentarios y cómo podemos desde luego trabajar estos aspectos. Muchos elementos que
so many different elements to approach. I wanted to thank you personally for being here with us today. It has been an essential subject to touch upon today. We have to focus on this. This helps us link with other subject matters we have in mind, but we wanted to talk about this and to be clear on what we're doing and how we should be more and more involved every day. Thank you so much.
Y ya tenemos para analizar el siguiente ámbito, porque a partir de ese día 24 de febrero se viene desencadenando toda una sucesión de elementos que están impactando nuestra agenda empresarial y específicamente la agenda sostenibilidad. Y necesitamos entenderlo, hablarlo, ver cuáles son los caminos que podemos recorrer, conjugarnos para decir si efectivamente la sostenibilidad sigue siendo el camino,
to see if this is still the path to take to move forward, and we think so. We don't have all the keys, and to listen to the keys proposed internationally and nationally. Well, now internationally, we have Elliot Whittington, the policy director for the Sustainability Institute of Cambridge.
Can you hear us?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, let me introduce to the audience who you are and what your institute is doing, and then I will switch to English to ask you my first question, okay? Bueno, pues con Elliot, desde luego, también venimos trabajando desde hace muchos años. Hemos tenido en los grupos de economía circular, por ejemplo, el apoyo del instituto,
received the support of the Cambridge Institute for Sustainability Leadership, especially when dealing with climate, because Elliot is also in charge of managing those other teams about energy and the environment at the European level, and he works with companies to see how they can align all of these
aspects that affect climate. Elliot works around the world, he travels around the world, and he knows the sustainability issues. And that's our first question to him. Is this, we've seen that succession of elements, or the energy crisis, the food crisis, raw materials, inflation, which is affecting the daily life of everyone, and we're already observing the effects of that inflation. And also, I'd like to know whether sustainability is still top of the list of governments or not.
High on the agenda, sustainability in governments, in business agendas. We can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I think you can hear me now. So I was just saying, there is a little bit of an echo. I don't know if that can be sorted out. Okay, it sounds a bit better. What I would say is that there have been real impacts that obviously the world is facing. You know, we are in a moment of volatility, of change, and of course that demands short-term reactions. But what's been really apparent has been the... Apologies, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Is that better?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead, Elliot.
Okay, sorry. Hopefully the sound is working for everyone. What's been really apparent has been that whether you speak to businesses, whether you speak to governments, there is still a real long-term commitment to the energy transition, towards sustainability. And you can see that, in fact, I would say we are in a situation where this transition has become more substantive, more granular, more practical than it has been for a long time. The shock that has hit the world with the rise in energy prices, with the war and the invasion of Ukraine, has actually, I think it could have been suspected to have said to people, actually, we don't have time to work on sustainability-related issues. This is a bigger focus. But there has been a common recognition that the long-term future has to be transitioning away from volatile fossil fuels that are exposing countries, exposing companies to price spikes and to insecurity into international dependence. You see that in the US with the Inflation Reduction Act. You see that in Europe with Repower EU and the Fit for 55 package. So that's delivering a range of policies across European countries. You see that in companies. I think that, when I've just come back from New York from Climate Week, and I feel like the level of practical action in business, engaging with how they shift their environmental footprint, how they ensure that they're managing these risks, is more serious and more focused than ever. In fact, the level of debate and discussion around it has become more interesting because companies are engaging with these practical questions. What I'm also going to note is, I've talked about how government action takes place, how business action takes place. It's amazing how we're seeing more and more collaborations, and those are opening the door to changes in places that we wouldn't have previously expected. So we're sort of seeing, the advent of zero carbon steel being produced due to collaborations in Sweden between the Swedish government and some local businesses. We're seeing a visible pathway towards a decarbonised aviation system to airlines that would be zero carbon. It's going to take us time, but again, business and government collaboration is opening the door to that. So I think we're in a really exciting time, a really challenging time. That the next couple of years are going to be really difficult, and there are real short-term pain points. But the long-term future has become more and more clear that we are going through a transition towards a more sustainable outcome.
Bueno, pues tenemos que tener en cuenta ese enfoque, no en el corto plazo, sino en el medio y largo plazo. Pero ahora sí, en los próximos meses,
we have to take this in mind. So what are your recommendations for the following months? What should businesses focus on?
Sustainability programs in the following months.
So it's a very good question. I mean, I think for any company that is embarking on sustainability, yes, you need to think about what the immediate future looks like. And there's some very clear early priorities. I mean, I think right now is the time to really be looking at measures that you can take in terms of minimising your energy bills, for example, but also in terms of thinking about both your staff base and your customer base and the pressures that they're going through and what you need to do to be supporting them so that when we come out from this moment of crisis, you will have their support, their trust, their engagement, and you'll be in a stronger situation. So it's a resilience moment. Any company that is thinking about sustainability in the long term, I think it's a deep strategic project. The companies that have done this best are the ones that have thought about what their purpose is in the world, where they are going, and how that purpose can be aligned with creating value for society, so that they are, as an institution, got that as the core part of their DNA. And then it's about working that through all the different kind of institutions and structures of the business, whether that thinking about organizational structure and governance and decision making, and that's a big part of it, but also about how that is rolled out from the value chain to the way that businesses influence their policy counterparts and their engagement with governments. All of this, and the way that they engage with customers as well, all of this needs to be brought in. I think that it's worth saying that there are a lot of really good frameworks out there that, they usually cover the same thing. It's usually about a level of clarity and accountability and disclosure. It's usually about setting a certain ambition about where you want to go to, and there are tools like science-based targets for guiding that ambition. And then it's usually about committing to a level of action and using your voice and your influence in the world. So there are these kind of structures out there that can help guide companies on their sustainability journey.
And here's my last question, una última pregunta, Elliot. En diciembre se va a reunir lo que se llama la COP15 de biodiversidad, ¿no? Se ha sido postergando durante varios años, y desde luego desde Forética hemos venido trabajando en los diferentes ámbitos que consideramos que tienen que ser prioritarios: el clima, el impacto de la naturaleza y la desigualdad. Acabamos de lanzar aquí en España, que se llama Nature Business Ambition, precisamente
Nature
para
Business
traer todo el
Ambition,
conocimiento de
to
cómo las
bring
empresas
all
tienen que responder
bring
desde
over all
luego
the
en ese
knowledge
ámbito
how
vinculado
business
al
should
impacto
respond in
en la
everything linked
naturaleza.
to impact on
Hemos sido
nature.
testigos en España,
We have
específicamente
been
de los
witnesses in
incendios
Spain of
un año
the
más, ¿no? Este verano y el
of
impacto que tiene en la
fires,
naturaleza, y
forest
también además
fires, and the impact
de
it
esas
has on
crisis
nature and
gemelas
all the
que
twin
llamamos,
crises
están
we call
vinculadas
so
entre el
much
clima
linked between
y
climate
la
and
naturaleza.
nature.
Tenemos una nueva oportunidad
We have a new opportunity
en diciembre para
in
elevar el tono de
December
esta
to
conversación
rise
en
the
esa
conversation
COP15.
in the
Hemos
COP15.
configurado también una
We have
alianza
set up
internacional
an
que estamos
international
implicados tanto el
alliances
Instituto
where we
Cambridge
are, or
como
the
Forética,
Cambridge
Business for
Institute and
Nature.
Forética and
¿Cuáles son
Business for
esas
Nature. So
perspectivas desde el punto de
what
vista
are the
empresarial para
perspectives from the
COP15?
business standpoint for COP15?
What are your expectations coming from COP15 in December in Montreal?
So what are the expectations of that moment? I think it's worth noting where we are sitting right now. People have been talking about nature and the crisis of biodiversity for a number of years, but it's getting more and more serious. But I think we are in a very exciting point where the solutions are more visible. We're hearing more and more energy from business, from governments, from people about what things can look like. We're hearing the situation being mapped out better and better. So, for example, the World Economic Forum has recently put out a range of analysis around the potential value and the existing value that nature provides. And, it's worth recognizing that is huge. It is trillions of dollars. I think the other thing that is worth saying is that, I've talked about the energy transition. I've talked about the fact that, there is this growing and very stable and very resilient commitment to an energy transition towards action on climate change, because businesses, individuals, countries all recognize the fact that the climate science takes them in that direction. I think what has become very, very clear is that there is now a very clear understanding that you can't deliver on the climate goals without going through nature. If you don't think about these two things together as an intertwined, interconnected piece, you're going to fail on both of them. So, we know nature is a real risk. We know it has real opportunities if we can redesign the economy to protect and restore nature. That has business opportunities as well as social opportunities. COP15 is where a lot of that's going to come together. It's a space where we would hope that we can see a new global consensus that nature must be protected and restored. There will be a new system of targets that will be set for governments. And I think one of the key messages there is that this can't be left purely to voluntary action in the private sector, that there is a need for a real strong level playing field to enable and empower businesses to act. And that's why the Business for Nature, you mentioned the coalition, they've got a campaign called Make It Mandatory about one of the key targets, and they're inviting companies to sign up to that. just to kind of support that and ensure that there is that commonality, that standardization, and that level playing field. So business knows what the landscape is and is able to do what it needs to do to protect nature without worrying about other businesses being set up that would undercut them or do stuff by doing things in a nature-damaging way. So it's a really big opportunity to go forward.
Pues muchas gracias, Elliot. Thank you very much. Hope to see you very soon in one of our international events. Muchas gracias, Elliot. Y vamos a terminar este último bloque con un ámbito.
We're going to end up this subject matters. We talk about social, environmental, climate, nature issues. We have Nolly, the doctor. Nolly Edozen, I hope I'm right. Edozen. Hi, Dr. Didi Nolly Edozen.
Happy to see you and meet you. Con Ndidi hemos.
With Ndidi, we were witnesses
in the COP
in Glasgow of all the process to launch what we call the
ESG, el Consejo Internacional de Estándares,
ISSB, the International Sustainability Standards Board, which is the current initiative that is putting on top of the table the possibility to bring together reporting criteria. So very much welcome for all of us working on this today, and very much sought after by capital markets to bring some clarity on ESG subject matters. So she is on the board of this organization, and we would like to talk to her about the perspectives, because I would love you to follow the progress of Africa and Europe in terms of climate and transparency. But since she's an expert in climate, I would like to ask her first of all about the perspectives. We talk about the nature COP perspectives, but in November we have the COP for climate, right?
COP in Egypt, in Africa. So what are the perspectives that you think, what is going to happen there?
That's a very important question. So one of the things that is said about sustainability-related disclosures, both in terms of risks and opportunities, is that it's forward-looking as opposed to the accounting standards. And so what you're asking me to do is to make a prediction as regards what happened in COP27. What I can tell you is what has happened since COP26. So at COP26, we announced that the International Sustainability Standards Board would be established. We've made significant headway in that regard. In fact, you will have seen the announcement of the 14 board members having been appointed. So we have a board. We had our second board meeting last month, actually this month, in Frankfurt. We've established our offices in 4 different jurisdictions, and we, as you know, have published 2 exposure drafts, one on general sustainability requirements, and the second on climate-related financial disclosures. And we received responses, comment letters of 1,400 stakeholders from across the world. This also followed 400 consultations that we held. So we've made significant progress. We had at our last board meeting, as you probably already know, that our board meetings are public, so they can be watched by anyone who chooses to tune in. That's very important for us, because this is a public mandate that we hold. And what we will work towards, COP27, so about a month ago at the International Cooperation Forum, which also held in Egypt and was hosted by Egypt and brilliantly organized, and the African ministers meeting happened at the same time. The communique expressly encouraged the ISSB to drive for early adoption of the sustainability standards, of this truly global baseline that we're building, and also specifically mandated us to give extensive support to developing and emerging economies and also to small and medium-scale enterprises. I heard the presentations before now, which spoke about solidarity and reciprocity and the importance of that. Also spoke about the importance of businesses in terms of driving social and transformative change globally, and also spoke very importantly and daringly about the importance of embracing sustainability as core to what we do as businesses. And this is really the mandate that we're working towards, and we're hoping that because COP27 is also on the African continent, hosted by Egypt, that we will be able to take the sustainability agenda, which has been mandated to us, one step further by showing an indication of the progress that we've made so far with this public mandate, and secondly, also underscoring the fact that we're building a truly global baseline upon which other initiatives, as we see are going on in a couple of jurisdictions, can build on and build around, so that we move away from the alphabet soup of many different standards and we simplify and standardize the way that we see sustainability, the way that we measure sustainability, and the way that we report sustainability, so that it's mainstreamed in the way that businesses also report financially.
Estamos siguiendo desde Forética, a través del clúster de transparencia, buen gobierno e integridad, todo el desarrollo, ¿no?, del proceso de.
So here we're following from Forética all that reporting process, this alignment, standard alignment, but we would like with Dr. NDD to talk. Well, they just launched the first, one about requirements, another one about climate. What are the reactions on issuers or on the capital market agents and stakeholders? And if you have any specific message for the companies here in Spain today?
My last question is about the reactions that they are. What are the reactions from that they're perceiving from capital markets for key stakeholders, and also if you have a message for, we have here an audience of about 1,000 people, and the most important companies here in Spain that they are pushing the sustainability agenda. So what is your message to them linked to all this process that the ISSB is leading?
Well, my message is one of hope and of courage. And it's one that is future looking, which is what sustainability is about. And in the two first standards that we've issued exposure drafts for, we're very grateful because you also responded with significant feedback, which we've been processing. Again, our papers are online. We're very grateful for all the input that we receive. Your voice is a very important voice in the process that we're going through. And as you already know, we're building on the TCFD framework, which starts from governance, because the highest level of governance of an organization is really critical in determining this journey. It moves into strategy. And then, of course, it moves into risks. But one of the things that we're emphasizing is the risks and also the opportunities. Because it's not just about what we are worried about, it's also about the opportunities that we see, especially as innovative, enterprising, growing businesses that are looking beyond just the financial metrics to metrics and targets that take into cognizance climate-related and sustainability-related opportunities as well as risks. I heard you speak at the beginning of this forum also about broader issues, which are social issues, which obviously we're also in the issuance of further standards going to move towards. Our prioritization is going to be based on what you tell us needs to be our next priority once we're done with S1 and S2 and those become standards. My question to you would also be, how can we help you achieve early adoption of these sustainability standards. Just like we have the accounting standards adopted across 144 jurisdictions, our intention is also to have a seamless connection with the sustainability standards so that really also reporting becomes easier. It's not a burden, it's not additionally costly, and it's not complex. Our job is to simplify that. And our job also is to make sure that we're listening across all jurisdictions and taking on board the feedback that you give us, and that we're constantly evolving in order to make things better. Because really, the future can only be one that is sustainable if we're looking forward with a broader perspective that goes beyond just financial metrics, but rather incorporates, for instance, climate-related risks and sustainability-related risks into how that might affect and impact businesses' future. Because when we have strong businesses that are growing, and when we're providing information to providers of capital that help them support those businesses and invest appropriately, then businesses also making a very significant contribution towards ensuring that we have a more sustainable growth.
So thank you very much, Didi, for being with us today. And you can count with Forética. We will share all your work, and we will continue trying to help you with that agenda, which is going to be very important in the following years. Thank you very much, Didi. Muchas gracias. Bueno, ha sido un rápido recorrido por los aspectos fundamentales que han.
So now one of the essential things that happened this year. Now we have to talk with the business leaders, starting with the CEOs, the board, the panel with the CEOs, to see if we are applying these messages every day. So Jaime Silva will lead this panel. So thank you for having me here today. Thank you very much to you all for being part of this interesting panel and to move forward. In this morning, we're going to focus on ESG leadership. Now we have, sitting there on the table, our next guest today, who we welcome. We'd like to introduce this panel made up of the senior management of different companies. So the floor is yours. So good morning to you all. Thank you, Monica. We're going to begin this roundtable on sustainability and governance. And I will be joined by 3 CEOs, 3 business leaders, 3 members of the Spanish Business Council for Sustainable Development platform. We'll have a debate on sustainability and governance. But before that, we'd like to connect with the chairman, Antonio Garamendi, of the CEOE, the Business Association of Spain.
Muy buenos días a todos.
Good morning, and thank you to Forética for inviting me to be one more year with you. Although, today I have to be remotely with you in this 10th edition on the ODS, SDGs, in an event that I think is very important. I'm a member of the Honorable Committee chaired by His Majesty, so I wanted to thank him for always showing the commitment and accompaniment with the business world, especially with in terms of sustainability, social corporate responsibility in Spain, that is more and more relevant in these times. We all know, and we've seen firsthand the large impact, first of all with the COVID pandemic. Now we have, the effects of the war in Ukraine,
están teniendo en este caso y día a día, ¿no?
and they are suffering every
algunos de los
day.
cambios de gran calado que por otro lado teníamos, pero
And well, there are some other changes that are having a great influence. And well, throughout the pandemic, digitization was an exponential development, and I always say that we moved forward in 6 months. We had a progress that, well, would have taken 7 years. But now, with the conflict caused by Russia, that can be condemned, of course, and it is having an impact on the SDGs in terms of energy transition. And we are touching upon important things, such as everything related to sovereignty of each of the member states of the Union that are forcing us to face new changes and important challenges that I think shouldn't be overlooked. And I think that in this scenario, we should say Europe leads in terms of setting up this legislative instrument in terms of sustainability. And in this regulations framework, we should move forward to a sustainable economy, competitive Europe, that clean energy, fair. And then, and we have to be engaged, and we have to align our management with the SDGs. And I would say that we are, these are times of great opportunity for these instruments, and the Green Deal, the Next Gen funds that give us the opportunity so that the companies can obtain and that we can successfully approach the transformation. And I think we have to say the sustainable investment and emphasizing these aspects about environmental, social issues is something that will always be profitable in the long term. We have to be well aware of that. That's why it's so important for us to keep on working towards that sustainability as the path for the future. I want to tell you that the Spanish companies have had increased their ambition significantly. We are making great efforts in fostering alliances, and this is a clear case. With the COE, the Spanish Confederation of Business Organizations, and with our great commitment, and that is how we will have a larger impact on anything that is social and environmental. And in this sense, Spanish Confederation of Business Organizations with SMEs, self-employed, and well, we can be proud of our trajectory. Sustainability, well, I think it's synonymous for more competitive companies, more alive, and with a long-term perspective. And people are responsible for leading this process. And I wanted to thank you inviting me to be with you this year. From COE, we want to tell you that we'll keep on fostering and pushing forward a positive construction of companies and betting on the future we all want. And I want to especially thank Forética, for organizing this day, because I think this will be the exact path that we have to follow, all of us. And your goals are in line with ours. Thank you.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, don Antonio, por sumaros
Thank you very much, Antonio, for joining us in this ESG Spain event. And now we have a roundtable with 3 CEOs who I'd like to welcome here. We'll start with Giuseppe Chiericati. Welcome, good morning. He is Director General for KSE España. We also have here with us Loreto Ordóñez. She is the CEO for ENGIE in Spain. And we also have Enrique Sanz. Good morning, Enrique. Enrique, President of Mutualidad de la Abogacía. We'll talk about sustainability and governance, and I'm sure that you'll agree with me, it's never been easy to be CEO, but at present we are in a context which is extremely difficult. We mentioned the three systemic crises. We have financial crisis of 2008, health crisis, the COVID-19 pandemic, and current geopolitical crisis. So we understand that it is very difficult to be a CEO, and as it's been previously mentioned, this has created deep wounds, it's increased inequalities, greater political polarization, unprecedented energy crisis. And this has meant that some agents are questioning the role of sustainability in all of this. They wonder whether this is a time to invest in sustainability or if this is distracting us from the main issues. But other people, like people that are here today, will agree that it's quite the opposite, that we need to have a vision to see what kind of world and planet we want to have in the future. So now that we're talking about visions, I'd like to start asking Giuseppe about, and coming from Chiese, when as many other CEOs have proposed, they've presented this 2050 vision that aims to have a world population of 9 billion people who live with a good quality of life and within planetary boundaries. To do that, you suggest different roadmaps, and one of them, Giuseppe, I think it's been led by you and is called Health and Wellbeing. Chiesi is a biopharmaceutical group with over 85 years experience, and I'd like to know how you're supporting this idea, vision of health and sustainability. Well, thank you very much for having us here today. I think it's important to keep raising awareness about these important issues. As you've said, we are currently living through difficult times, very complex times, whether it's economic aspects or which is leading to increasing social differences and inequalities. And also at the environmental level, we all know that we are already at present facing unprecedented environmental crises. And this obviously leads to the risk of all these factors increasing those crises or worsening those crises. And that's why companies not only need to comply with the frameworks established by governments or by regulators, but we also need to lead by example and go a step further. I think we also need to be very flexible when interpreting businesses. We need to be very agile as well, but we also need to be very clear about the mid and long-term vision that we have on the main three pillars. We need to focus on a day-by-day vision. We have to need a very clear vision about sustainability in the long term. The example of the Forética work, I think, is a very good example, because we all have our own work, but I think that the key is that we need to coordinate and add and work in synergy through these types of alliances with a specific goal, for example, in our case for 2050, with those key 9 levers for change that, as you mentioned, we focus on the health and well-being one, and of course the pharmaceutical sector plays an important role in that field. So we have to improve well-being of patients, of people in general. We need to find new therapeutic solutions. That has always been our mission, and that's why we, the pharmaceutical sector, have tried to improve the quality of life and the length of the life of everyone. And more recently, during the pandemic, we have helped with access to vaccines, and I think that's been an important role that we've played. So, of course, we want to be there, we want to be in the front line, and we've been banking on development, and this has shown us where the patients' needs are, and we're always trying to find the needs, and so we invest year after year more than 20% of our revenue in R&D, which has meant 500 million euros last year. And we also do this by supporting patients to ensure that they have a proactive role within the health system. They have to enter into our development programs, and they need to also have a say when developing regulation. Through our plans and programs, we also try to coordinate the work with all the companies that are a part of KSE, and we also focus on the environment and the social aspect. So that's why we're happy to say that we have received a certification, a record in Spain, through which we've improved our rating in different areas. So this is something else that encourages us to continue improving. So you said 20% of investment in R&D. I understand that this is in the long term. Okay, so let's talk to Loreto now to talk about another sector, about energy, the energy sector. I'd like to start by asking you a question. We've talked about those critical voices about sustainability. I think that's something we've already overcome. But as CEO, I'd like to know if sustainability, in your opinion, is an expense or an investment. Thank you very much, Jaime. Thank you for having us here today. Thank you to Forética, and thank you for that question. I think it's a difficult question to answer. At present, we see that the market is changing. It's been changing for a few years now. Clients more and more look for sustainable products. Consumption habits have changed. But what we've observed at the same time is that investors are looking for return on investment, which is related to sustainable products. So when we see those two dynamics, we see that companies need to reflect on how we are creating value. So when we reflect on that, we reach a very clear conclusion, and that is sustainability. So that's why we've been banking on sustainability in the last few years. In addition to all of that, a few years ago, and I'd like to perhaps mention the pandemic crisis, we've seen how we need to support sustainability, because through the pandemic, we've seen that we need to support certain values such as the environment. We've seen the crisis and the war in Ukraine, the geopolitical issues, and the economic crisis that has taken place as a consequence. And we also have the Paris Agreement, which deals with climate change. So if we focus on those three issues, we can see that they all have certain consequences that Antonio has mentioned. This is unemployment, for example, poverty, migration crises, loss of value in families in general, in the final consumer. So these elements, these consequences that we've seen of these crises only have one solution, and that is sustainability. And why is sustainability the solution to all of this? Well, because sustainability is basically looking for more efficient consumption. I'm not only talking about energy here, I'm talking about efficiency in general, how we can add value by taking into account circular economies, how we can talk about industrialization by giving value to all those resources that we might have at one time in one country. So I think that's why sustainability is very encouraging at this time. We're also observing how companies are now moving towards sustainability. Of course, we've got new regulations since 2018. Companies in Spain, those who have over 500 employees, need to report regarding ESG, and that has meant that they have to reflect on their day-to-day work to make the businesses more adapted to those ESG. ESG factors, and we're also focusing on what a purpose is, what is our reason for being there. Companies are focusing on all of this, and this is related to that creation of value. And when we reflect on all of this, we see that we need to go towards balance, how I can have an economic profit and at the same time have a positive impact on people. So sustainability is a must nowadays. You are asking me whether it's an expense or a need, an investment. We are convinced that it is a need. Once you integrate sustainability into your business model, you're creating certain levers, first of all, because you consider what products and services you want to provide, you want to put out into the market, and that means that you're also increasing your finances, because markets are looking for assets which are sustainable and which can be financed. If we assess what's happening in Spain nowadays, not only the energy sector is creating sustainability plans, and retail, they're doing that as well. Banking is also creating sustainability plans. I was in a different forum yesterday where I've seen how many different other sectors are developing sustainability plans. We need to invest in sustainability because that's what will ensure industrial viability of companies. Okay, so we're talking about a purpose and value, really. Okay, so Enrique, if we're talking about value and purpose, I'm guessing this needs to be included in a company plan. So how are you including all of this and sustainability into your corporate strategy? Well, I'd like to thank you for inviting us to be here, and I'd like to congratulate Forética for this incredible event. Well, a company that thinks about sustainability means it's thinking about the social aspects, and it's at the same level as, for example, NGOs or any other companies are not focusing on capital. But at the same time, we need to think about other concepts such as the we economy or creating shared value, which is very close to the concept of sustainability and responds to the criteria of sustainable development. So I wouldn't say that all of our strategic plans are cross-sectionally related to sustainability, but in the last 5 years, our strategic plan, which runs from 2018 to 2022, we have been able to meet all our goals. We were very clear about the transformation process that we wanted to include in Mutualidad de la Abogacía, what would make it an innovative and modern company. And we knew that we had to bank on sustainability and development, and that those needed to be linked. And I think we have advanced a lot in these last 5 years. We have been able to introduce those ESG criteria into all the areas of business and in our sector as well. We have met the expectations of our interest groups, and we have created a governance control process and a permanent analysis system that enables us to see at what point we are at any given time and what amendments we need to make if at any time we see that we have strayed away from our path. So that is our strategy and the purpose to be able to meet the SDGs set by UN. So we have our priority criteria where we have included, of course, purpose of our clients, where we need to also add value and provide them with new services that will help them in their professional and personal journeys. We have a senior program which aims to offer certain services which at a certain age, around 65 years of age, are necessary services. So we try to fill that gap of needs that certain of our members have when they reach the age of 65. We are also trying to respond to this longevity that we see in the expectancy of life that has increased in recent years is something that we need to tackle, and I'm sure that this is not only going to help our clients and members, but it's also going to help society as a whole, because it's something which affects us worldwide and also in Spain. But we've also focused on the youth, those who are trying to save up, who are training. We're doing this also by promoting talent. So in the Foundation of Mutualidad de la Abogacía, we are creating different activities where we focus and work with the youth. As I was saying, we have these sustainability criteria. We do it in a cross-sectional way, which affects all of our fields of work and also our digital transformation. We also want to use AI, artificial intelligence, and we've created an ethics committee. As Mr. Costas was mentioned, ethics is one of the vital criteria in all of this. So that's why we've got this ethics committee to avoid any biases when working with AI, so that the ethical criteria that we apply are the same as those that we'd use in a real-life situation, to avoid any sort of biases, as I was saying, when using artificial intelligence. And of course, we are an investment company. We've invested over 11 billion euros, so we have a social purpose. We have recently joined the Responsible Investment Program of the UN, and we're very committed to this process of using savings and investment in order to have a social benefit and a benefit for the entire community. So I would say that sustainability is a priority for us. It's fundamental, so we have included it in the new strategic plan that starts in 2023. We have included all of those criteria that will enable us to be a more sustainable company and to look or try to attain a more sustainable society. Well, thank you very much. You don't have any more space to include anything in your strategy. Okay, thank you. Well, we'll continue with this discussion, but before doing so, we're going to listen to José Luis Bonet, President of the Spanish Chamber of Commerce. So I'll give you the floor, Mr. José Luis. It is a pleasure to talk to you here today in this 10th edition of ESG Spain, which is a benchmark event in corporate sustainability and whose honorary committee I'm a member of. Companies play an essential role in the social economy of the market, such as the Spanish market. A company provides 84% of jobs in Spain. So companies, in a way, ensure the general well-being of society. This has been even more relevant in the last 2 years, during which companies have been very important for people at social level. Companies are more and more closely related to having a positive social impact. A non-sustainable company or a business is not going to help us create value, and so we need to create value for society and also for Spanish businesses. Many Spanish companies have already included that sustainability aspects into their plans. This means that we also need to work with SMEs because they are 99.8% of the corporate fabric in Spain, so we have to raise awareness and provide a lot of information. And with that in mind, we are developing toolkit of information for SMEs and free access to all those companies that need to receive that information, and this is a part of our sustainability program that we have implemented, which is co-financed by the European Fund on Regional Development. We have also provided SMEs with a diagnostic program so that they can evaluate and assess their sustainability and ESG. We have also provided another tool for SMEs so that they can identify the most relevant aspects in the fields of environment, social, and governance. And this includes the most relevant aspects for each of the industrial sectors and focusing on 6 different axes: environment, employees, suppliers, clients, business model, and innovation and ethics. For each of those pillars or axes, we have provided the most relevant information and aligned with the SDGs presented by the UN. In each of those fields, we show best practices developed by companies which can be an example for those SMEs who are trying to develop in those fields, focus on sustainability of SMEs, as I say, and this is a task where it's important to have a link between the private and public companies. We also need the participation of public entities such as the chambers of commerce who help all of these companies and especially SMEs. From the Chamber of Commerce of Spain, we are encouraging alliances and partnerships that will help these SMEs. For example, we've got a fruitful collaboration with Forética, so I'd like to thank the organizers of this event for giving me the opportunity to talk to you today, and I hope you have a very fruitful event. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, don José Luis. El placer.
Thank you very much, Mr. José Luis. It's been a pleasure listening to you. And now we're going to continue talking about sustainability and governance. We'll give the floor to Giuseppe. You've talked about how important it is important to have a long-term vision, especially in R&D, and how you've helped, your sector has helped people during the pandemic. But now I'd like to focus more on management. How can we ensure, in your role as a CEO, how can you ensure that we're moving in the right direction? How can we help the environment and health? Yes, as a CEO, we have business plans, and we are strongly committed in Chiesi at a global level with all these aspects. In Chiesi, we like to work on actions. We have a program, it's called Action Over Work. You can find it online. We've got a website for that action, and you will see there the action plan, and you'll get some idea of the fields we work in. Regarding the environment, we are strongly committed to becoming net zero before the deadline provided by the European Union. We have set 2030 as a goal, and 2030 to reach that same goal by indirect companies which work with us. So this means that we need to introduce many different changes to our policies and the way we do things. This is something, as I say, say that we're already committed to. We're working and we're committed to the UN SDGs. We're also working with better building, so we're working in different buildings. Last year, we launched or we opened our new headquarters in Italy, which is focused on sustainability standards. And here in Spain, we've got reforestation projects. You've mentioned the summer, how there were many wildfires in Spain. So that's why we have different projects through which we try to contribute to the reforestation of Galicia, for example. We'll be there during the month of October. And regarding production, well, we've got lots of products which are related to the environment with excellent products, and we've got a lot of expertise in different diseases such as epox. And well, basically we need to understand the needs of patients and link them to the needs of the environment. We can't have one without the other. So people that suffer from asthma, for example, and I think it's about 6 million people suffer this disease in Spain, and this is a chronic disease, and they need inhalers to help them with their daily life. So we are pioneers with a development project where we've tried to substitute the gas used in our inhalers with other types of gases, which has meant an investment of over 350 million euros. And because those gases are more environmentally friendly, we have now completed the first clinical stage. This is very positive. We still have a long journey ahead of us, but the idea is to leave no one behind, none of our patients behind. So we basically want to help them continue with their therapies, but always being conscious about the environment, being more environmentally friendly. We have other projects in the social field to reduce the social gaps in Spain and in countries of Latin America, for example. We have a project led by our Chiesi Foundation, which wants to take scientific education on respiratory diseases to Peru. So we are supporting this activity, and we'll take different experts in this field, and Sebad is working with us. And well, it's important to always work with all the important stakeholders. Indeed, it means that we need to make lots of efforts, internal efforts, but we need to work with all stakeholders. Okay, so I see that there's no management department that you're not really working in. Okay, excellent. Thank you very much.
We've talked about deposits, about value, and now we'd like you to talk from the energy perspective. Where are the opportunities to capture the value? We're in the energy world. We have broad possibilities because we are working on everything that has to do with energy transition. We've been working for many years on this. So this is not a recent dynamic with the accelerators that are taking place in the market. We launched the strategic plan many years ago that it was based on sustainability and the 3 legs of sustainability. As an energy company we are, all that has to do with environment and energy transition was very important in our strategy. So from that time, we saw a different energetic world. And I'm talking about 2014, 2015. We saw a decarbonized world with the need to transform the portfolio with more thermal generations, everything more renewable. And we saw a more decentralized and digitalized world. And I'm talking about everything that has to do with helping demand to consume more efficiently, and also to have more green energy, more decarbonized energy. So that plan was deployed or rolled over the last years. In 2019, before the pandemic, we raised our bets and included in our statutes that we wanted to be a sustainable company, and that sustainability was the pillar of our business model. And well, we said we were a company, we wanted to be profitable, but we wanted to also be profitable with a positive impact on the planet and on the people through a massive decarbonization of economy, not just in our internal portfolio, but also externally. We've been working on this the last few years, and we have 4 business activities, everything that has to do with renewables. It's basically a massive bet and billions of euros deployed on the countries we are working. So we're talking about 3 billion euros in capital and for renewables. So an investment in networks and also massive investment in the client solutions. We think that that decentralized world means we have to help our customers by capitalizing the industrial know-how we have for the mass decarbonization and to put that in the hands of a client, so to help them with what we say defining their pathway towards decarbonization, depending on whether, depending on the customers, it has different speeds at different times, and you have to have an economic balance between what the customers, in many cases, the industrial customer believes are their environmental commitments and also the economic situation. So in ENGIE, the sustainability is an essential part of our business model, and we believe that in, the sustainability perspective we are very well positioned, because everything that's taking place in the market, for example, in the energy market and energy transition, there is no clear answer to the geopolitical map as of today in the market, but there seems to be a consensus in the search for a cheaper energy, a more accessible energy, and more local energy, and that goes through more renewables, more energy efficiency, more decentralized solutions. So we have a business plan that is 100% aligned with this part of the solution to the current problem. What we see every day is that the industrial sectors are undergoing an important acceleration in the environmental commitments, and we work very much more so than 3 years ago for the industrial sector to help them in that path towards decarbonization with local solutions, networks, cold and warm networks, everything included in that sustainability framework we mentioned. So we are very happy, and with many projects, many things to do, lots of growth in that re-engineering of the energy map, and an opportunity to align the economic and social and environmental interests. So Enrique, finally, with your business, you said you operate on social economy, but you are more on calculating the risks on the actions, what may happen, what may not happen. And one of the aspects that the governance team in Forética is asked of is in integrating the ESG risks, and it's something you know much about. So tell us in Mutualidad de la Abogacía how you integrate the risks. I mean, in a complex world such as the one we live in, everything affects the companies with things of different nature. And in our case, we are a financial company, and we manage the external money. So we have advanced savings, so we have to be to apply rigor in our business process. I think that caution and rigor is something very appropriate, since it's part of the substance of any insurance company. And in Mutualidad de la Abogacía, that's how things are. We have set up control processes for risk management very much in line, not just with the regulation institutions, but all that is applied in the sector, in the industry. So we're in constant contact with experts to identify the risks that may come for applying ESG criteria. And also we want to be able to find the solutions apart from the risk. So we have a specific policy for sustainability, and together with the rest of the policies of the companies is part of our governance, where the governance body is very much involved in that not only knows, analyzes and sets policies, but they are afterwards discussed and approved. And also we have a sustainability committee that analyzes more in detail on a permanent basis these risks. I think that Mutualidad, our company, is decisive in controlling the risk, and it has I think it's linked to the viability of the company. That's why we want to emphasize the importance in, the detection of the risks in our strategic plan. Well, thanks to the three of you, there's been a fantastic round table. We've talked about value, purpose, value, tax responsibility, and we are clear that on this council we went from a governance with a capital. We've gone to governance with a capital letter, because it's becoming more and more important every day. So, Mónica, the floor is yours now.
Muchísimas gracias, Jaime.
Thank you very much, Jaime, and to all the people on this roundtable. And now, we end up the first part of this day. I hope you are enjoying it very much. And on this 10th anniversary, which is an important date for ESG Spain 2022 Corporate Sustainability Forum. To celebrate this 10 years, we have set up some kind of Q&A that will be accessed by those of you that are connected remotely, and you will see this on the chat, on a chat box. Also, I'd like to remind you what I told you at the beginning, that inside the environmental commitment of Forética, we will offset the carbon emissions generated by the people here on set and those in the auditorium. So you'll have to answer a brief survey to offset not just today's emissions, but all the emissions of 2022. And now it's time to take a halt. We still have some very interesting roundtables, and we'll be back in half an hour with the second part focused on accelerated action to maximize ESG impact in business strategy. So we'll see you in a while.
Les damos nuevamente la bienvenida a ESG Spain.
We welcome you once again to ESG Spain 2022 Corporate Sustainability Forum. We continue from our A3 Media studios in A3 Media. San Sebastián del Rey is celebrating the 10th edition of this business meeting organized by Forética, which year after year has positioned itself as a benchmark event in the business sustainability and in which we have the main opinion leaders, both nationally and internationally, delving into the trends and upcoming milestones that will mark the sustainability agenda from the perspective of companies and businesses. So before we start with the second part of this program, we would like to thank the more than 1,500 attendees who are following the program live, online, as well as the audience we have here with us. Thank you very much. So after our first block, in which we have analyzed the current geopolitical situation and how it impacts on the sustainability agendas of the companies, and where we addressed with CEOs and presidents of large companies the importance of implementing sustainable governance as one of the levers for accelerating action. And we also analyzed the main trends in sustainable business transformation with a focus on public-private collaboration at a global level and the latest advances in sustainability reporting on the path towards a single global standard. It is now time to analyze the other two aspects that are part of the ESG scheme, focusing at this point on the environmental lever. As you know, as part of Forética's environmental commitment, it will offset the carbon emissions generated by those who are following us here on set in the auditorium and those who are following us remotely. So to do this, the attendees who are here will have to answer to the short survey about their journeys. Forética will compensate the carbon emissions generated not just today, but throughout 2022. And as I was saying, to address the main environmental challenges facing companies in the current context, we wanted to title this panel, The Business Response to Environmental Challenges, and precisely to give us these keys to analyze how companies are responding to the new challenges posed by the climate emergency, the loss of biodiversity, the path towards zero net emissions, and in short, to accelerate action on climate issues. We have with us today Ana Herrero, Director of Projects and Services at Forética, Alfonso Serrano, from EU Wireless Director and Amazon, European Director, right? Lara de Mesas is a Global Head of Responsible Banking at Banco Santander. Joseba Ezeiza, Partner and Leader of McKinsey Sustainability Practice, and Cristina Ricaurte, Director of Solutions, Innovation and Sustainability at SAP. So welcome here on set. And also live from Holland, we have Mark Guff, CEO of... I don't have the company, actually. Oh, yeah, Capitals Coalition. So good morning to Mark Guff. We'll speak live with him in a few minutes. So, Anna, so in terms of sustainability, how are you approaching from Forética with the companies the main challenges? Well, thank you, Monica. For me, it's a real pleasure to share this table with these experts to talk about the current times and to have to be aware of what's happening and the environmental challenges we are facing. And we hope we are able to inspire and motivate and give ideas to so that how the business fabric can move forward towards becoming part of the solution of these challenges. So Forética, as an organization, we try to inspire and accompany businesses in their path towards sustainability regarding sustainable matters. We we emphasize three main things. First of all, we believe we have an essential role as guides, focusing on the main subject matters that have to be part of the corporate agenda. No, they cannot ignore that, and we have to, be aware of the latest conversations and news and how these conversations affect the companies in Spain, and also those milestones, progresses, methodologies, or tools that we developed to enable the companies to be more specific on the complex context. So we organize this around 4 main axes in terms of sustainability that enable us to include all the matters included. We talk about climate change, circular economy, urban sustainability, and of course nature, as we already said throughout the morning. Second ingredient we include here is that we give the companies, this has to be incorporated in the business strategies. We want to share with them that strategy that is behind our own as an organization based on those 3 axes I was mentioning, the AAA that Raúl Grijalva mentioned, that entails increasing ambition, accelerating action. So we have to take action today. We're already late. They say that the best time to plant a tree was 10 years ago. So, well, we have to start right now, and we have to do things now, and of course to encourage alliances. Because if you want to get far, we have to, in terms of world sustainability, coordination and action between different agencies, essential to do things, well, to meet the goals in time. So some examples in terms of climate change, we're working with the companies that are part of the cluster of the climate change and how to meet that ambitious zero net emissions for 2050 or even before that. And what we have to do until we get there. So we start right now, as we said, and we are focusing on the last months, how to decarbonize the supply chain to get there. Talking about circular economy, the companies that are with us in circular economy have worked on why this transition from a linear to circular model is important, and we're focusing on the indicators and metrics that enable us to see if we are on the right path, responding to the demands in the regulatory environment in terms of reporting and transparency. When we talk about cities, alliances are essential, and the private-public collaboration also is essential. We have to match the demand on the one hand by city halls with the products and services the companies have to create the sustainable cities, talking about building, construction, sustainable mobility, health and well-being, energy, and all the side on urban planning and the green zones that are essential to guarantee a good health in the cities. And also talking about nature, Germán Granda mentioned it before, it's the last project we launched from Forética, because we are living essential times. We are hoping to get to that COP15 global diversity, and we have to get some clarity to know the rules of the game, to get to the zero net emissions, and to be there by 2050. That's the second ingredient. And the third thing is involvement of companies that are with us in these initiatives, and I want to thank all the partners involved, because you not only foster this, but you share your good practices with us, your challenges and solutions, and also that joint view towards 2050 enable us to get into that approach of transition that is so necessary. And they say that to achieve the transformation, we'll do so when we are able to prove how, with the new way of doing things that we are putting on top of the table, all of us today, we will be forever forgetting the business as usual, how things are being made, because we will prove that this is a powerful, the right way to get there. Thank you, Ana. Very interesting approach that you're working on at Forética. Now we are pleased to have the live intervention from Holland, from Mark Goff, CEO of Capitals Coalition. So good morning, Mark. Mark ran the Natural Capital Coalition, and he was part of the Social and Human Capital Coalition. This time he worked on behalf of bringing these two communities together, creating a unified, systemic and collaborative approach. So this organization is itself paradigm example of how working together and holistically integrating environmental, social and governance aspects, we can have a greater impact towards achieving the global goals. So we're going to send this question to Mark. How can the work of Capital's Coalition help companies, investors and leaders in managing the risks related to natural capital?
How can the work of Capital Coalition help corporates, investors and leaders manage natural capital-related risks? Good morning, Mark.
Good morning, and thank you so much. I'm so pleased to be here. So the Capitals Coalition is a global collaboration that is bringing together thousands of organizations around the world to redefine what we mean by value so that we can include that in the decisions that we make. And I think that what's happened more recently all around the world, and particularly in Spain, we're seeing that businesses are understanding that there is a connection to nature. So the understanding bit is done. Now what they want to know is, how do I do something about it? Well, the Capitals approach puts into a very structured process, steps that you can follow to go through and understand what those impacts and those dependencies on nature are, so that we can bring those together into the decision-making, into the boardroom, into those investment decision-makings. And that's really important because at the moment when I sit on a board, I'll get the financial reason to do something. I won't get the information I need about nature or people. Now, the Natural Capital Protocol brings together most of the major methodological producers into one place. So there is an international framework that is being used all around the world, the Natural Capital Protocol. And that's supported by supplements, by guidance for particular sectors. We just heard there, construction's important, agriculture is important. So there's guidance to help those sectors as well. We also provide training and tools. So we've just launched some online training where you can go and find out more about how you can learn and build your skills to be able to apply this work. But it's really proving to be extremely useful within businesses to help them to make better decisions. If they've got to decide between one product and another, do they really understand how nature has an impact upon that? When they've got to decide where their risks and opportunities lie, how do they do that? Well, they can use the Capitals framework to be able to help them.
Gran trabajo, desde luego, multisectorial el que realiza Capital Coalition. Pongamos ahora la lupa en los principales retos globales. A medida que el mundo se
carrying out, so taking into account the challenges, we are facing a double crisis in terms of biodiversity, as we said before. And we're going to ask Mark to explain how we can put nature in the path for recovery and what companies can do to act for nature.
Climate and biodiversity crisis. How can we put nature on a path to recovery, and what can businesses do to take action for nature?
So you've hit the nail on the head for most businesses and financial institutions here is I've got to focus on climate. Why are you adding something more confusing to this? Why have I got to focus on nature as well? Well, I think the thing is that we know very clearly that everything is interconnected. But also, if you want to deliver your climate plan, over a third of that plan is going to be delivered by nature. And the scientists are very clear on this. You'll need nature-based solutions to deliver the climate plan. So don't think about these things as being additional. Don't think about I've got to do climate and then nature. You've actually got to do it in a systemic way. And nature, focusing on that, can help to deliver your climate plan. There's a lot of work going on in this space, and I was one of the founders of an organization called Business for Nature. Now, through Business for Nature, we're building up to the conventional and biological diversity at the end of this year, where a global biodiversity framework will be agreed. It's got to be ambitious, we've got to make sure it's achieved, but this is the equivalent of the COP, the one that was done for climate in Paris. So we're now negotiating that. The key thing here is that we're bringing businesses along on that. So we're reaching out to businesses now. If you want to be part of our delegation, come into that process, then please do so. And the reason we're doing that is that one of the targets is calling for mandatory assessment and disclosure of impacts and dependencies. So those capitals I was just talking about. If this mandatory assessment and disclosure of impacts and dependencies comes through, and we have lots of businesses asking for this to make sure it's clear we have to include nature in our decisions. If this goes through, this will change the way that we look at nature. It will make sure that businesses have to include it in their decision making. So this Make It Mandatory campaign through Business for Nature is going to be a key part of these next 3 or 4 months, and we'll connect it up. But just one more thing I have to say, it's not just nature and climate. We have to put people at the heart of this. People have to be central to how we're going to find the solutions. When we talk about value, we talk about the value that is coming to people. So what we're really looking for here is an equitable, nature positive, and climate neutral future.
Thank you very much, Mark. Muchísimas gracias. Muy interesante el tema que nos deja encima de la mesa y estupenda oportunidad para poder haber contado hoy con...
It's been incredible. It's been a great opportunity to have had your insight today. And now it's the turn of Joseba Ezeida on behalf of McKinsey. Regarding emissions and the importance of decarbonization, Joseba, McKinsey has just published their...
Y se destaca en el estudio la transición hacia las cero emisiones netas implicaría una
As highlighted in that study, the transition to net zero emissions would imply an economic transformation that would affect all countries and all sectors of the economy directly or indirectly. This transformation entails both opportunities and risks. So what are the main conclusions of the report? Thank you very much, Monica. Indeed, we just published the report for Spain together with our global report. What we've done is analyze different situations in which Spain could become net zero. We've also analyzed the needs, the capital investment needs in order to attain that net zero objective. And what we've seen is 5 main characteristics. The first one is that we have an urgent transition to make. All of us are aware of this, but the economic and physical risks are very relevant. In some regions of Spain, an increase of more than 2 degrees Celsius in global warming or more than 45 days of over 37 degrees might mean droughts for over 6 months, and the surface areas that could suffer from wildfires could double. So this is not only a physical risk, but this has also got great effects and impacts on the economy. Another characteristic which is more positive is that this transition is possible. In our scenario, we believe that it's possible to become net zero by 2045 and negative emissions by 2050. Of course, this is not easy, and since 2007 up until now, the emissions have been reduced in about 30%, but we have decelerated. So it's important to accelerate during the next decade. The third characteristic is that this transition is very significant. As I was saying, regarding the capital needs, we've calculated that in Spain we need about 85 billion euros per year. And this is an investment that would be required in all the sectors of the economy. The fourth characteristic is that this transition has a very technological component to it. And we need not only to accelerate this transition, but also its dissemination. We need to ensure that we use natural capital. And also we need 4 types of technologies that will be very important. We've got electrification, of course, green hydrogen, which deserves special mention, biofuels, and as a fifth and last characteristic, it's important to highlight that this transition is full of opportunities. Loreto has mentioned that previously, that we have to look at this as a value creation opportunity. I think all the companies that are present here, as well as startups and other smaller companies, are already banking on services and products where the added value too is an important factor. These investments could also create over 1 million jobs per year, so it has a very important economic impact. And indeed, this is a challenge, as you were saying at the beginning, but without a doubt, it's an incredible opportunity. Yes, of course, the transformation is necessary, and we need it to be possible. Would it be possible to say what technologies do we need to facilitate the transition? What volume of investment would be required to achieve net zero emissions? And what is the role of the actors in the economy? As I was saying, we've got 4 important technologies. The first one is electrification. Nowadays, we have many different industrial processes that depend on fossil fuels, and it's important to transition towards electricity and electrical energy. In addition, we need to use renewable energies. Spain is privileged because we are the second in Europe regarding wind energy, and also regarding solar energy, we have very good position, and that's why we have such competitive prices. The second type of technology that we can use is green hydrogen, which enables us to decarbonize industrial sectors which are very difficult to decarbonize, such as the steel industry. But let's not forget that Spain also has the opportunity of becoming an exporter of green hydrogen as a result of the renewable energies that we have, but also because of the gas economy that we have. The third technology group is biofuels. The situation is very similar to that of fossil fuels, but of course we have it entails net zero. So this is one of the most difficult sectors to tackle. And the fourth group of technologies, as Elliot and Mark have mentioned, are the nature-based solutions. It is important that in Spain, where we have about a surface area of about 35% of the country is forest. And that's natural capital that enables us to absorb about 12% of the emissions that we have. So by having a better and more efficient use of the earth, we could increase that absorption of emissions up to 30%, and this would mean that this technology is very important and relevant. And regarding the conditions that you were mentioning, I think at the end of the day, this is a responsibility of all of us. We have to take into account that private and public collaboration, but supply chains, resources, and technologies also need to be available in a large scale. And before I finish, I'd like to say how important banking sector is as a catalyzer of this transition, because it can take that capital to companies and to the industry where those investments are needed. Precisely, speaking of technology, one of the major transformation routes included in the Vision 2050 roadmap launched by Forética in Spain is connectivity and technology. Cristina, could you tell us what you think that we can make that sustainability profitable without losing sight of the environmental impact it has? Well, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with you today. It's clear that sustainability is not a game, and profitability has to be sustainable. That's very clear. And indeed, that's what's been said throughout this event. And we are all meeting here, representatives of many companies, because it's clear that we're not only working for our investors, we're here to work for our societies and the environment, and because sustainability has to be profitable. In other words, we need to have a growth mindset, and we've got to have good leadership. That also means being sustainable. In other words, how can we take advantage of this transformation, economic sustainable transformation that Joseba was mentioning, to find new opportunities and new business models. In order to do that, we need more digitalization, more innovation, and in general, technology. And that's how SAP can provide technology solutions. What we want to do is help companies adopt more sustainable options and to be more sustainable throughout their process. For example, we've got technology which can help with compiling data and calculations and assessments to comply with regulations and will face all global issues that we're experiencing nowadays. That is the only way in which we can continue evolving as companies, but also technology helps us have a traceability and transparency that is essential for investors and to show that your ESG options or programs are efficient. Secondly, we need to be efficient and look for savings in our processes, both in our internal processes and in the value and supply chains. We don't have a lot of time, but I'd like to share with you an example. We need to think about responsible design and manufacturing. Before creating a new product, we need to see what materials we're using. Are we using recycled plastic, for example, instead of single-use plastics? That way, we could minimize the impact that this new product will have, and which and now we have a new plastic law which we'll need to comply with. Technology also helps create products, services, and new business models by identifying the needs in our sector and industry and looking for something that will set us apart in order to reach our clients, markets, and segments which were unattainable before. So profitability has to be sustainable. It has to be, sustainability has to be profitable. One of my colleagues said it previously in a much more clear way, but I think that's the main message that we should take home. Thank you very much, Cristina. Companies are facing many environmental challenges, but I think that among those, the reduction of the carbon footprint is one of the most relevant, given the great difficulties there to cover all scopes. So now we'd like to ask Alfonso, how does Amazon collaborate with third parties to meet the targets set in terms of reducing the carbon footprint? We do it in different ways. I'd say that the most ambitious way is through the Climate Pledge, which is an initiative started by Amazon together with the NGO Global Optimism, which the aim is to reach zero emissions by 2040, which is 10 years before the date established by the Paris Agreement. There are 300 companies that have joined this initiative, and through it, they take on 3 commitments. The first one is to measure and report periodically on their emissions of greenhouse gases. Secondly, to establish real decarbonization strategies in their operations, whether it's through the use of renewables, reducing materials, improving processes, etc. And thirdly, those remaining emissions, they have to do real offsets with a real impact and a positive impact, especially. So through this commitment, what we realize at Amazon is that all our operations had to be able to be carried out with renewable energies. It's a goal that we have for 2030, but I think that by 2025 we might be able to attain that goal. In fact, we were the first corporate purchaser of renewable energies in the world and in Spain as well. In Spain, we currently have 16 projects of renewable energy. 13 of them are solar energy, 3 are wind energy projects, and once they start working, we will say we would be able to supply 150,000 homes in Spain. So we work with all the actors in the entire chain, value chain. And so we work with producers, manufacturers. We help them them and work with them to reduce the amount of packaging that they use, and if they do use packaging, to use recycled materials. We work not only with the manufacturers but also with the clients by giving more visibility to those products through the Climate Pledge Friendly program. We give visibility to those products that have improved in sustainability. And of course, we work with all our logistics collaborators, to improve sustainability there as well. So the efforts of all companies within their activity would not be enough to reach our goals, so that's why we want to go a step further, and we do so through two different funds. The first one is a Climate Pledge Fund, which is a $2 billion project where they provide technology services products that help reduce carbon emissions, whether it's in Amazon or in any other sector. Amazon has up to now invested in 3 companies as part of this fund. The second fund, and which is related more to the developing on the natural solutions, is the Right Now Climate Fund, which aims to preserve ecosystems and natural environments in order to absorb those emissions. We have projects around Europe, 2 in Germany, 1 in Italy, for the reforestation, even in urban areas. And in Spain, we're working with governmental bodies and institutions, and we hope to be able to share the results of our efforts very soon. That's very interesting. Now I'd like to turn to Lara. I know that Joseba was asking to intervene, but I'd like to know what the role of Banco Santander is. Thank you, Monica. I want to congratulate Forética and the entire team for gathering us here today, and we're talking about sustainability. Regarding the environmental role of the Banco Santander, I'd say that there we have 2 different points to mention. First of all, is 190,000 employees of Santander to attend to all our clients. We have a carbon footprint, but we need to manage it in a responsible way. It's something that we've done. We've reduced emissions 75%, and we use about 75% of renewable energies at the global level, and our aim is to use 100% of renewable energies for 2025. We want to be net zero in all our activities by 2025. We established that commitment in the COP25 in Madrid, and we continue working in order to continue being net zero. As I was saying, we're working in different places. We've got the financial location, which is about 40 kilometers from here, where we have 6,000 employees. And we continue working towards those goals. The second role that I'd like to mention is that the key is who do you finance and what do you invest in. And I think that's where we can make a difference as companies regarding this environmental challenge. And within that role, I'd like to talk about 3 points. First, we've got the climate agenda. We've talked about the Paris Agreement and the goal that science has set for us. And when we're a bank, and especially the Santander Bank, this is a very important challenge. It's difficult to align our portfolios with that goal, because what we're doing now is measuring our emissions. We're including emission metrics in all of our plans of our financial work, and we're also setting decarbonization objectives in our portfolios, where this affects all our commercial plans and the day-to-day work and operations. Banks such as the Santander Bank, which is a large bank in all markets, in order to be green, we need to go hand in hand with our clients and society so that they can be green as well. And that's our main challenge. We take on that challenge. We're working towards all of these goals, and we're doing it by being leaders, promoting, participating in different initiatives initiatives within our sector and worldwide, such as the Net Zero Emissions Alliance, of which we are founders, and it's been promoted by the United Nations. And then we've got the Banco Santander Council, where we committed to being net zero by 2050. So we've got that climatic role that we play, but there's an environmental role. We have different projects in that field. We try to offset the footprints of all of our activities, and we do so through the financing of different products that we have. And it's important to always take that into account whenever we establish new collaborations. And another new challenge is biodiversity. Since the 1970s, we've reduced about 70% our biodiversity. Every 6 seconds, we lose forests, surface area forests, the size of a football pitch. And so we need to be very aware of all of this. And so now we are starting to work on that natural capital that we have and see how we can help reduce all those figures that I just shared with you. Okay, well, Alfonso, I'm going to ask you to be brief because we don't have a lot of time, but you've mentioned the goal set by the Paris Agreement, which seems relatively distant. We all look at 2050 or even 2040 as being very distant. In the case of the commitment being promoted by Amazon, 10 years ahead of the Paris deadline. But what concrete and visible actions are you taking right now in your value chain that are aimed at meeting your sustainability goals? Well, we're talking about the value chain, so we need to talk about the manufacturing of our products, the materials we use for packaging. We need to ensure that the packaging uses recycled products and materials. We need to do remote updates if possible, always with the aim of reducing our consumption. We need to always provide all our clients with the information of those products, especially regarding sustainability, and we've done it through this Climate Pledge Friendly program that I mentioned. This year, we have 250,000 products in that program, and we've shipped over 370 million products through this program. Through our deliveries, we have a clear purpose of ensuring that they are safe and sustainable. And regarding packaging, since 2015, we've used new technologies, processes, and materials that have enabled us to reduce 35% the weight of our packaging. This has meant that we have saved 1.5 million tons of packaging material. We are encouraging an easy opening package, which is packaging which is 100% recycled material. It's easy to open. You don't need an additional box outside it to protect it. And we are encouraging all our clients and manufacturers to use that packaging, and there are a lot of people who are benefiting from this. When additional packaging is needed, we try to reduce the impact of that additional packaging. Even during the lifespan of the product, we need to reduce single-use plastic in all our products. In Spain, at the beginning of this year, we removed all plastic bags, and we also substituted all our protective materials by using paper. When we talk about that last mile, the delivery, we work with the logistic team in order to ensure the sustainability of all the systems by using all our infrastructure to ensure that all our vehicles, which are electrical vehicles, are fully loaded. And then we ensure that we include all these processes into the circular economy so that we can reach the wholesalers of Amazon. And if there are any products that have not been sold or have some issue, they can be resold, and they can have a second life. And this way, clients can decide the price or the advertising that they want to give these products when we're talking about the manufacturers. So as I say, we work together with governmental bodies and companies. This is very interesting because in the last 2 years we have seen an explosion of net zero commitments for companies, However, in a recent Edelman Trust survey, 92% of investors expressed concern that companies are not effectively executing these commitments. Christina, what do you think is the biggest barrier for companies trying to measure and manage their emissions? From our experience with clients, I think that visibility and transparency are key. As it has been said, if we don't measure something, we can't control it and then take note of it. So when we're talking about the carbon footprint, it's important to define it well in order to be able to measure it well. So without being very technical, I'd say that we need to define the data that we need, whether that data is, and this is especially complex if we're talking about level 3 emissions in SAP. We want to be net zero by 2023, and this includes levels 1 and 2, and there's a small subset of level 3. Ideally, by 2030, we'll be net zero at level 3, but that's in the long term. So this is a very complex issue, especially regarding the data which are not ours data. If in addition to that, we need to use aggregated data, have a calculation engine, and then trace all that data, because we need to ensure, we need to be able to anticipate whether we are reaching or not our objectives. And then in addition, if we see that we've got new regulations and more changes, we need to be flexible. If you have companies somewhere else around the world, and then you're adding complexity to the whole issue, and then depending on the sectors where you work, then you have to be very specific, and this is impossible to do without technology. So from our point of view, digitalization and sustainability are something, a needed bond, and very important for traceability of that data, and which will help us be more credible and make our commitments more credible regarding sustainability, and thus to avoid greenwashing. I think that's how we refer to it. Very good. Then, Lara, how are you developing this environmental role in Banco Santander? As I was saying, to be more green, we need to be there hand in hand with our clients. We've been leaders in using renewable energies in the last decade, and we hope to be successful in the next few years. So what are we doing? We are training all our employees in sustainability to be ready to provide the best solutions and to create that dialogue with our clients who want to explain what their needs are, but we need to be able to explain to them what opportunities they have. We're also developing a products and services program. Any client can now monitor the footprint of any of the operations they carry out, especially through our bank, and then they can offset that footprint. And I think we also need to raise awareness. And of course, we've got mortgages that help with any green loans or any loans that are given out for sustainable agriculture, for example. So it's not only that financing, that's not only the only way that are helping our clients, but the sustainability team is doing incredible work. You can find it on our website, and you can see there how they are focusing on private clients, individuals and companies, to provide them with simulation tools that will help them see what the costs and the benefits are. If you take certain investment decisions, we also see agreements with third parties that can help in that process. There are other turnkey operations and all subsidies that are available. So We're trying to play a specific role. It's the role of the industry, of banks, and all of us here today. And it's also a role that the local authorities need to play, the national authorities as well. So it's important to follow that roadmap towards net zero economy in Spain. And we need to use that as a framework so that we can all make changes in our day-to-day life. We all need to change our behavior. And that requires a strong leadership, because we are all co-responsible for all of this. Well, thank you all for joining us here today and sharing these important reflections on the business response to environmental challenges. We continue now by looking at the importance of accelerating action to maximize ESG strategies in businesses. Now it is time to move on to the last of the ESG action areas, the social impact. Today we will look at social leverages as part of business strategy. In 2022, we've seen how the strategic discourse of social, of the S, continues to advance and mature, gaining prominence within business models of sustainability. But what specific areas of action are companies addressing in the social sphere? To analyze each of the key issues, we are going to listen to the experience of leading companies in integrating social aspects into their corporate strategy. But first, to see what the current situation is and the global trends in the social sphere, we have with us today, live from Geneva, James Gom, Director of Equity Action at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development.
Good morning.
Good morning, James. James Gom currently leads work around the social aspect of Sustainable Development Agenda, working with forward-thinking global companies and their leaders to drive systemic transformation that supports prosperous development for all. James oversees projects across the social sustainability landscape, focusing on issues such as human rights, due diligence, diversity and inclusion, the future of work, and living wages and income. As part of this work, James is also a director of the Business Commission to Tackle Inequality, a global cross-sector coalition of over 60 organizations and their leaders representing businesses, civil society, intergovernmental institutions, education, social partners, and the investment community that have come together to mobilize the private sector to address the critical systemic risk of growing inequality. So after this introduction, we're going to give the floor to Mr. Gomi, and I would like to ask him, why must businesses take action in inequality?
Great, thank you. No, pleasure to be with you, and thank you for the opportunity and for that kind introduction. When we think about why business action is needed on inequality, I think we first need to take a step back and think about what that word inequality means. And at WBCSD, we understand it in two key dynamics. First of all, we talk about inequality of outcome. And there we look at inequality of income, wealth, and well-being for people around the world. And this has really reached quite historic levels now. When we're talking about income, the top 10% of earners around the world now own more than 50% of all income, with the bottom half earning just 8% of income. If we look at wealth, the situation is even worse, with the top 10% richest people in the world now owning 75% of all wealth, and the bottom half of the planet earning just 2%. That's the highest that wealth inequality has been in over 200 years. And these problems of income and wealth inequality are also leading to inequalities of well-being, with Oxfam estimating that someone's dying every 4 seconds around the world as a result of inequalities in terms of access to things like healthcare or education, etc. So we've reached a historic point on inequalities of outcome, and then we also need to think about inequalities of opportunity. So these inequalities of outcome, of income, wealth, and well-being are underpinned by deep structural differences in the opportunities people have to achieve favorable outcomes. Opportunities are often based on factors from birth, like gender, race, sexual orientation, etc. And this is creating a further sense of injustice. So we're seeing inequalities of income, wealth, well-being, opportunity, and then at the same time, we've got these trends unfolding around the world that are really turbocharging inequality as well. If we look at COVID-19 and the inequality of access to vaccination that's been present there, if we look at climate change and how that is affecting the most vulnerable in our societies the most dramatically, And then also if we look at the war in Ukraine and how that's playing out and the financial food and energy crises that are emerging from that, putting people on the brink of the worst cost of living crisis in a generation. So really some very drastic trends playing out as well. And this is all adding up to create an urgent systemic risk that we think is as urgent as the climate emergency. And this is an emergency not just for individual countries or individual companies, but really for global societies and economies. And if we don't take action to address inequality, we face really quite a drastic series of consequences with dire implications for businesses and for wider society. We'll see eroding social cohesion, more protests, more conflicts, diminishing of trust in key institutions. We'll see lower economic growth as people have less spending power. We'll see a diminishment in our capacity to actually tackle other challenges like climate change. We won't have the political or the social cohesion and goodwill in order to address those challenges. So it's critical that we take action. And unless business takes action, it too will face that much harsher operating environment that's already starting to evolve. And ultimately, business faces a potential lack of license to operate as people begin to lose faith in this current system and its capacity to deliver for them and their children. So that's why we at WBCSD see inequality as a critical and urgent systemic risk, and why we've developed this business commission to tackle inequality, bringing leading businesses like Amazon, like Manpower, together to the table to try and drive solutions for tackling inequality, working together to tackle this systemic risk.
Desde luego, hay que actuar y hay que actuar de forma inmediata. En este contexto,
we do need to take a quick action. So what should companies be doing in this context?
It's a very good question. So we're still working that out ourselves. We're trying to set this agenda through this business commission to tackle inequality. But I think we need a bit of a mindset shift. I think historically businesses perhaps looked to government to take action when it comes to tackling inequality. But we have to now understand that business in the private sector has a critical role to play as well. Because business provides the lion's share of the products, services, and jobs that people need to sustain themselves and their families around the world. And over the course of centuries, business has given rise to great advances and great increases in living standards. But we're now facing a time when we need to start changing some of our business models and practices that are actually contributing to enhanced inequality. And so to tackle inequality, we need to start to evolve some of these business models and practices that have evolved over the last few decades to try and put tackling inequality at the center of our efforts. And business has at its disposal a lot of tools for creating and distributing value. And we really now need to issue a call to action to the global business community to put these tools to use to try and level the playing field and ensure that equal opportunities and better outcomes are available for everybody. And fundamentally, we've identified through our conversations with companies 6 key areas of engagement. First of those is respect for human rights. And when a business fails to respect human rights, it really undermines human dignity and exacerbates inequality. But at the same time, if you take action to ensure that you are respecting human rights, you're doing one of the most fundamental things needed to help level the playing field and reduce inequality. So human rights is definitely at the center of this agenda. Second, we have enabling access to key products and services. So people need services like housing, healthcare, food, education, digital access, finance, etc., in order to grow, to be healthy, and to fulfill their potential in society. So we need to ensure that access is available to everybody, and that the services that people need are there. So we need to address some of that access that's currently lacking. Third is creating economic opportunities and jobs for everybody, because work plays a fundamental role in determining the levels of income, wealth, and well-being that people achieve. So we need to make sure that people have the skills they need to thrive in the workplace right now, but also in the future, in a more net zero compatible future, in a more digitized future. And we also need to make sure that these employment opportunities are available to everybody, and that there is not discrimination in the workplace, and that we have a more diverse and equitable work environment. Also, critically, we need to start distributing wealth more equitably. And business is one of the key drivers and creators of wealth in society. But if we look at the moment, we're perhaps not distributing that wealth equitably across the value chain. We're seeing more than up to 1 billion people living in working poverty around the world. We need to do more than to invest in living wages, in safe and secure working conditions, and ensuring that people have a voice in how wealth is getting distributed. Then we also need to make sure that we're enabling government action. Governments obviously have a key role to play in this tackling inequality area. We need to make sure that business is supporting governments in those efforts and not hindering them through lobbying or other activities that stop this agenda moving forward. And we also have to make sure that business is paying its fair share of taxes into the government system in order for them to be able to take the action that's needed. And then finally, bringing it all back to the environmental side of things, environmental action is also a key part of the social agenda. So we need to make sure that business is taking action on climate change and nature loss, because it's climate change and nature loss that really will undermine human health, disrupt access to essential products and services, destroy livelihoods, and really hit the most vulnerable in our societies the hardest. So climate and nature action also a key part of this tackling inequality agenda. So those are the key things that we're seeing that business should be focusing on as we try to drive this agenda forward.
Muchísimas gracias, James Gom. Thank you very much por acompañarnos hoy en este encuentro y por dejar sobre la mesa un tema tan interesante.
Thank you for being today with us and leaving on top of the table these keys on how businesses should act to tackle this inequality and to keep on focusing on this access to approach a fair action. I want to introduce Beatriz Lasso, head of the Social Impact Cluster and head of relations in the third sector of Forética, Ana Millán, responsible business director of Accenture Iberia, Severiano Solana, director of strategy and sustainability from CaixaBank, Montse Moliner, sustainability director of Manpower Group, and Mónica Zureta, Mafra's corporate director of sustainability. So, welcome, Beatriz. Should we start with you? I don't know if you could explain from Forética the social trends that are producing an increase in initiatives, projects, and strategies related to the social S in business. Well, thank you, Mónica, for the question. The main idea we'd like to convey from Forética is that today, more than ever, it's pressing and it's important to understand and to answer social challenges from the corporate sustainability perspective. What companies do, well, companies may have an impact on society and on the daily lives of people. James already mentioned some action spheres, but to give you some examples, we have healthcare and the corporate linked to health. Companies may have an important impact in generating corporate environments that are safe, that encourage and foster health and well-being for people inside and outside of the company. I think it's important to focus here on mental health, and we have lots of data. There was a study of the OECD that said that the people between 18 and 24 were at risk of depression in 2021 because of lack of corporate perspective, educational and economic future perspectives, and we have to add the impact on customers. So, very important to invest in health systems 360. And it's not just a matter of strategy or economic return, but the current market should require this, should be mandatory. Also, we have to talk on the impact of technology and energy transition in the labor market. Digital capabilities, digital competences, and green skills are growing exponentially, and it's important to enable people to leave no one behind. Transition should not only be green, it should be fair and inclusive. There's a mismatch of the talent companies are looking for. In 2022, it's been at its peak. And what companies are looking and need and what they find. So, together with, investing in health and well-being of the employees are strategic things for a company. And also, James said this is important for companies that may have an important role in creating more diverse societies, more inclusive and more equitable, in addition to, more interconnected. And, On this, I'd like to emphasize three things. Inclusion should be cross-sectional and strategic. Human rights should be an unavoidable standard, behavioral standard, and even more so throughout the supply chain around the world. And finally, we have to create a decisive action for decent work and working conditions. As of today, companies aren't prepared for the future regulations from the European Union, the requirement and responsibilities they will be asking in terms of human rights and due diligence and decent working conditions. There's not just one single answer, and it's not that simple, but what is clear is that dialogue, reflection, or resources will help put that at the core of the strategies. I think we have speakers here that can tell us how we can move forward there. We will go with them, but Beatriz, just one thing. I wanted to, why now focusing on the S? Why now? I would say it's a combination of different elements that have accelerated this focus on the social side. First of all, we're talking about an internal pressure. Now the workers are the first one that demand initiatives and sustainability inside the company, and the younger people are, the Gen Z are more committed than ever, that they want in terms of work-life balance, environmental issues inside the company, and they are, well, the great ambassadors. And also responsible consume is becoming more and more consistent and consolidated. Today, 8 out of 10 consumers with the same price of 2 products would go for something that's consistent from a sustainable standpoint. So we have customers and consumers that are more demanding, more aware, and better informed. So they will demand more from the businesses and their social impact. But if I had to, to name 2 actors that have changed the rules of the game. First of all, the social aspect has been included in the institutional agenda and legislators, because this is a regulatory mountain where the companies are becoming more experienced in terms of reporting, so social taxonomy or due diligence. They are adapting to these new regulations, and there's much more to come yet. 2 weeks ago, there was a proposal that was published for the regulations about the decent and working conditions in relation regarding forced labor. We'll have regulations in terms of diversity in the boards of directors, also minimum wage and living wage. So it's very important to focus, and the company should understand that it's not just about believing, but it's becoming a requirement. And finally, to close the circle, investors and funders. They are the engine on putting things in the center, and they are being very much aware and focusing on not just including environmental conditioners, but also social conditioners when making investments. So a good social approach for companies is to attract and retain talent, is to take care of their employees, to take care of customers and consumers, and also to understand that they have a responsibility throughout the supply chain. And it's also a reputational matter, and to avoid controversy. So to sum up, it's not just a matter of competitiveness, but also social commitment. Thank you very much, Beatriz, for focusing on activating the social lever. Anna, lately metaverse, AI, biometrics, so all these tech trends that are emerging in this new scenario. How can we ensure that new digital technologies not forget the social aspect Beatriz was talking about? Well, you're so right, Monica. No, there's an invasion. 40% of GDP is in 2030 will be composed by the digital economy. So we have new partners that are invading every sphere of our life and work life, personal and work life, and they should follow the values described by Beatriz of what we want as a society, a sustainable society. So technology in itself, the ones you've described, is not good or bad. This depends on how you use it. The human beings are conducting that technological development. So if we are looking for some return indicators or that only give value to some certain stakeholders that may be the shareholders of the company, and we don't think about other values to different audiences, such as our customers. Well, there we have a conflict, but it's just through the right design and digital experience, and also to keep throughout the life cycle of technology, design, development, and operation, to include values such as, well, that they are, that the purpose is ultimately a good one and not a harmful one. So physical health, and not to create addictions or other mental problems. There should be the inclusive technologies where we contemplate the richness of our societies and to embrace that richness and diversity, not to leave anyone outside from accessibility and other ways to do things the right way. Also, things such as manipulation, technologies, well, it depends how you set them up and you use them and the experience you design, the way they will be used. They adapt to the user's values, or the user should adapt to the technology's values. No, it's a good thing to have an influence, but not to manipulate. So also about data, our data as tech users, we should be able to decide what we want to give, the purpose, and who this can be shared with. It cannot be that they manipulate us so that we assign our data to meet those success indicators they're looking for. And finally, and very important, to take care of all the security in terms of technology, because all of our privacy lies there and our data. So these are very important elements. And in Accenture, we know that to do things right, you have to start from within. We are a talent and technology company, and we bet on inclusion, diversity, and ethics. And we've been recognized as one of the most inclusive and diverse companies and more ethical companies in the world. So what you live is applied to what you do, and that's important. So technology should work for people and for the common well-being. Well, from the banking sector, Severiana, what's the role in this transition scenario towards a sustainable economy for a company such as CaixaBank? Well, first of all, I wanted to thank Forética for organizing this event. I think it's excellent and will help us all very much here. In CaixaBank, we think that any corporate project, in order to exist, it has to be useful for society. So it's the only thing that makes sense. And taking into account the position as a bank, a leading bank in the Spanish market, that we have our role in this process of change. Our best performance, well, will be in banking, incorporating sustainability elements in our banking activity. How do we do this? Well, we incorporate dialogues with customers in subjects linked to sustainability when we talk about companies, individuals, entrepreneurs, and self-employed. Someone may think, does that mean that banks will let go of the non-sustainable activities in a harsh way. No. Our commitment goes on helping them transition towards a more sustainable path, to help them be more competitive, because if we don't, the competitive levels of the companies will fall, and it will be way more difficult to act on the markets. And that's our commitment, that's our sense of being useful inside the process of change we are living. Well, to go hand in hand. And once we see that the involvement of companies in society goes far beyond the generation of employment for some time now, but there are still challenges ahead. What do companies need to do to multiply their social impact? After today's day, we cannot argue that sustainability is the engine of competitiveness of companies. And as with technology, if you don't include ESG criteria in your strategy, well, you will be in trouble to continue to exist. James said that, and Beatriz, well, made a fantastic summary on our role, why companies have an important role, and what our role, the role of the companies would be. And in the last Manpower Group, we presented a report in Davos in 2021, the Skill Revolutions Reboot, where we showed that in each of these new recoveries, we have this breach, and we're talking about talent and inequalities is bigger each day. You know, the people with the skills and the people that are better prepared is getting all the opportunities, while the people who don't are getting into this, catch-33, where they cannot get out of. So what the companies have, and why these last years we have been focused on, what have we been focused on the more climate side is where we have focused, and having indicators in having a joint effort in meeting some commitments to improve this impact on the planet. But now it's time for action, as James was saying, with this S for social. As we said in the Human Affairs Institute, the company's role and organization's role is essential, and in this public-private collaboration, we must be able to generate this diverse, sustainable, inclusive employment, and to be ethical employers. That is essential for all of us. But training and development entails an effort by the companies in generating these environments. So most companies here that are part of Forética are doing this, many activities for this purpose, but we should work jointly to align this training and education so that the young can be incorporated in the labor market in an agile way, and we want to have an influence so that the people with an individual responsibility can recycle in this urging need. And also we should have the platforms inside the companies for this upskilling, so that no one is left behind. And also this entails part of the alliances. We should be able, when we see job positions that are being less competitive or less considered, we have to be able to promote and favor that reskilling, and there are projects, and this should be more and more so every day, more collaborative, so that no one is left behind, and to avoid that they falling into poverty. In Manpower Group, we favor sustainable and appropriate job to change a person's life, and here the companies have a lot to contribute to say. And from Human Aid, Accenture, Forética, We are drawing up and developing projects, and I think here we should encourage this common focus to avoid, so that it's sustainable, but also to avoid each one doing a different thing. So we have to have a joint effort to be more powerful, and have a broader, larger effect and more sustainable in time. Well, in listening to Monse, we see that companies are key in activating the social change lever. Monica, in MAFRE's purpose, we care for what matters to you. What leads you to focus on social issues? Well, first of all, thank you to Forética for the invitation and Monica for the question. As you said, we launched a new purpose saying we care for what matters to you in MAFRE. We take care of people, and it's something we are focused on, not only now that sustainability is more important than ever, than since the 60s, where we said that for MAFRE, profitability of the business was as important as generating a social impact in the communities we work on. You know, the insurance itself is a social insurance, so that entails that each community where we are, the countries where MAFRE is present, we have a responsibility to create development in terms of infrastructure by supporting projects that may generate infrastructures, also in terms of education and in terms of the companies that enable, becoming profitable. When you were talking in the previous roundtable, they mentioned that we are at a complicated time with an economic crisis and a social crisis and of human rights, and companies can no longer just wonder if we are being economically performant. We have to wonder about the social element too, also with the purpose of the people. And Beatriz was saying that we should be able to generate in human talent that commitment to see that we have, to make sure we have a cultural transformation where we understand we should do different things. So focusing on the social side, where we have a management model for comprehensive sustainability, and what we do in terms of environment, of corporate governance, management has an effect in our social actions. We have inside of our challenge, in our challenges, we try to be carbon neutral, and by 2030 in all our countries, we're already neutral in Spain and Portugal. And we know that if we go hand in hand with the companies in the energy transition and decarbonization, we are generating a social impact. If we do so in a fair way, being aware of the acceleration we need to give to the different topics. We are working on a quality employment in all the inclusion side to generate equality, wage equality for men and women, including people with disabilities, increasing the number of people with disabilities in our staff, and also creating programs for the community so these people are included. And I know you're looking at me because we don't have enough time, but there's something interesting I want to say. Is that at this time we talk about longevity, not just in Europe, but also in Latin American countries where we need to generate different business models to include, to have inclusion in all the aspects, in the young people, and Beatriz was mentioning with the Gen Z, but also with the senior groups. And we are creating products and services to help improve the life quality of the elderly, where digitization that is taking place for them is done so in an inclusive way and with products that facilitate a better quality.
I'm not going to tell you off for going over time, but what do you think is the main interest on this social dimension? How are you helping with this transformation? Well, it's what's been said throughout the event today.
crisis sanitaria que hemos tenido,
the health
la
crisis that
guerra,
we've been through,
la
the
crisis
war,
en los derechos humanos,
crisis regarding
hacen
human
obviamente
rights,
que la S
these
social
all
se
mean
ponga
that the S of social becomes even more
maximice, digamos, en la
relevant
estrategia
within
de las organizaciones.
strategies of
Nosotros
different
creemos que la
organizations.
clave
We believe that
para
the key
avanzar en los
in order
temas
to
y
move
para avanzar en
forward
el impacto social tiene
and
que ver con
regarding
la
the
creación de
social
empleo y
impact
tiene que ver con la educación.
involves
Mientras no
creating new
tengamos un
jobs.
proceso o las personas, porque
As long as we don't have
el
a
cambio lo hacemos las
process, or
personas.
because change
La
comes from
sociedad,
people,
pues,
so
obviamente avanzará
society
en
will
tanto
only
en
move
cuanto
forward
las personas
as
avancemos.
long if
Mientras se
people
disminuyan los niveles de analfabetismo, porque
intervene.
cuando estamos
We
aquí en
need
Europa, pues obviamente uno
to
dice tenemos unos niveles más altos de educación,
ensure that
pero
we raise
cuando
our
vemos en
education
Latinoamérica
levels.
o
But if
vemos
we
en
look
India o
at
en
the
África,
levels
pues
in
todavía
Africa,
tenemos
Latin
mucho
America, India,
recorrido
etc.,
por avanzar en temas de
we
educación.
see that we
Y
have
asimismo en
a
la
long way
calidad
to
en
go
el
regarding
empleo.
education
Hoy
and
con
also
que
creating
es otro de
new
los temas
jobs.
que presiona con toda la regulación
Another
de
urgent
debida
matter
diligencia, lo que se está
regarding due
diciendo
diligence is
básicamente es los
the
principios que la
fact
ONU
that
y la
we
OIT
need
habían
to
puesto
ensure
hace mucho
that the
tiempo, y es asegúrese que en
ILO and
todo
UN objectives
su
are
cadena de
attained.
valor
They told us
usted
that
está
we needed to ensure
garantizando
that
que
in
no hay
our value
violación de
chain,
los
we need
derechos
to ensure
humanos,
that there's
está
no violation
garantizando
of
que
human
haya un
rights and that
empleo
you're
justo
guaranteeing
y
a fair
obviamente bien remunerado para que
job
las
and
personas puedan tener
with
una
a
buena
fair salary so that
salud
people
de vida y
can
pues puedan
have a
obviamente
good
avanzar. Entonces es un punto donde nosotros
lifestyle and so they can
compañía
develop as
estamos
well.
avanzando,
So as a
estamos
company, we're moving
contribuyendo,
forward
sabemos
in that
perfectamente que aquí
direction.
las
We're
alianzas son muy
ensuring
importantes
that
y
partnerships
estamos
are
comenzando a
important,
desarrollar alianzas para
and we
generar
are
una
establishing,
mayor
we're creating
accesibilidad
those
de los
partnerships
seguros
to
en
ensure
aquellos
that
colectivos
we are
más
increasing
vulnerables,
security
porque
within the
obviamente
more
pues
vulnerable
cuando
groups.
decimos en la parte de inversiones que
When we're
tenemos
talking about
también una serie
investments,
de fondos de
we have
inversión
different
que van orientados
funds
a
which
la
are
inclusión
aimed
social.
at
Tenemos un
social
fondo de
inclusion. We
capital
have a
que está dirigido a
capital
empresas
fund
que
aimed
promueven
at companies that
la
promote
inserción de personas con
the
discapacidad, así como
inclusion
un fondo
of or the
ESG
employment of people
en capital
with
responsable, que lo que hace es
disabilities. We also have
valorar
a
y
capital,
invertir en
responsible
empresas que
capital
realmente generan
fund
un buen
which
gobierno
invests in
corporativo. Y nos
companies
damos
who
cuenta que
have
eso genera
good
unos
corporate
resultados
governance,
y unos
and this
dividendos
leads
mayores.
to better results.
Estamos viendo
In
cómo
fact,
desde
well,
las
thank you very much,
empresas
Monica.
a estos
We've
retos
seen
y
the
cómo
response
esta
of companies to
respuesta
these
impacta en
challenges and
las
how
personas.
these responses
Severiano, ¿cómo
have
lo
an
estáis
impact on
viendo
people.
y
Severiano,
viviendo
how
desde
are you experiencing this at CaixaBank?
Que si algo ha quedado hoy claro en
Well, I think
diferentes
that something
intervenciones es
which
la
is clear from today's event
urgencia y de
is
que esto se
the
materialice
urgent
y
need
vaya a
for
la
all of this
realidad,
to
¿no?
become a reality.
Pues lo que estamos intentando hacer desde CaixaBank
What we're
es
trying
poner
to do at
planes
CaixaBank is
y
to introduce
establecer
new
acciones
plans and
concretas
actions
vinculadas
which are very specific and
al avance de
related
la sostenibilidad.
to the
En el mes de
development of
mayo presentamos
sustainability.
nuestro plan
In May,
estratégico, la
we presented our
sostenibilidad es una
strategic
pieza clave
plan
de
where
ese plan
sustainability
estratégico
has
y ahí se
a
anunciaron varias
fundamental role,
medidas
and we
con
introduced
objetivos
different
públicos
measures with
y que
public
vamos a ir anunciando cómo
objectives
vamos
which we'll
avanzando
announce
sobre ellos.
over time, and
Te
we'll
voy a
also
comentar
monitor
algunos muy brevemente.
how they develop over time. For example, we've got 64 billion euros as an investment for the next 3 years in order to mobilize sustainable financing. In other words, mobilize resources that will help in the field of sustainability, both for individuals, private clients, as well as companies. So we need to see how we can help in that development and becoming more competitive with the self-employed companies and SMEs.
Todo lo que eso supone en materia también
and
de
of
empleo
course
y
with
demás.
everything
Pero si
that
queremos
that
dar un paso
entails.
más
But
y
if we
nos
want to
vamos
go a
más
step
allá en el
further
ámbito de las personas,
and we look
te voy a
at
comentar dos iniciativas muy
people, I'm
brevemente
going
que
to
también
mention
anunciamos dentro del plan y que
initiatives that we have within that plan and which will be monitored.
dentro del banco. Uno tiene que ver con Microban.
The first
Microban
one
es
is
nuestro
relating
banco
to
social.
Microbank. This is our social bank.
Una experiencia que yo animo a conocer a
And
todos.
it's an experience which I invite you
experiencia
to learn
dirigida
about.
a ayudar y a impulsar el mundo de los
An idea
emprendedores, de las
of
familias
helping
que en un momento dado pueden
entrepreneurs,
estar pasando algún tipo de
people
dificultad
who perhaps
financiera,
at this
etcétera.
time are going through difficult times, financially
Bueno,
speaking.
Microban en
And
estos 3
this
próximos años
Microbank in the
tiene un
next
objetivo
3
de
years
impactar
has the objective
positivamente
of
en más
positively
de
impacting
400.000 personas
over
en este
400,000
país.
people in Spain.
Y Y eso es un objetivo que además se ha anunciado
That
dentro del propio
objective has been
plan
announced within that strategic plan that was presented
only
a couple of days ago, so it's a very recent plan. And then we've got CaixaBank Dualiza, which is another program. It's an activity through which we want to encourage and help with one of the main social issues in this country, which is youth unemployment. And we do it through professional training. So we are looking for and developing agreements between training centers and companies regarding professional training. So we're helping the youth in our country. Last year, we trained over 6,500 young people to improve their skills so that they can access the labor market with better conditions.
Escuchando a lo largo de la mañana nos ha surgido la palabra.
During this event, we've heard a lot about green jobs, this new concept. So, Montse, do you think that the future of employment goes through this type of profile? Of course, the transformation that's happening at a global level is leading to decarbonization, and this is creating new opportunities. But we must not focus solely on green jobs. So we need to make sure that all jobs are greener. And this is how we believe we should move forward. According to a recent report from the Renewable Energies International Agency, we've seen that about 11 million jobs have been created around the world in the renewable energy sector, and according to different organizations, in the future, about 24 million jobs might be created in this field of renewable energies. But when we talk about a circular economy, we need to also talk about circular talent. So basically, we need to ensure that there is no planned obsolescence of talent. We need to make sure that we can reuse talent. So, as part of these changes that we're experiencing, about 18 million people will need to upskill. Therefore, we do have lots of opportunities, and this is something that a lot of people understand. About 60% of children want to work in jobs where they can improve our planet, in companies that have a purpose. So I think this is something that's here to stay. This is a concept that's here to stay. Yeah, so you have a better employee that has more information. Okay, so thank you very much, Montse. And to close this roundtable, Anna, and to further deepen on this transformation of the world of the labor market, to what extent have sustainability and digitalization meant a convulsion in the labor market? Well, the labor market just reflects the transformations that are happening in our society. We've seen this during the COVID pandemic. That's something that no one could imagine would happen. And digitalization, indeed, as well as sustainability, are fundamental to create new jobs. They're getting rid of other jobs, of course, but we're creating many new jobs. And this is how we need to look at this situation. Montse has given some figures. In Accenture, we're taking on this challenge. We're aware of the reskilling that employees need in order to be able to succeed, and we tackle this threefold way. We help our clients, first of all, because we need to provide them with professional services so that they can understand and participate in these reskilling programs. We also have internal homework to do. Severiano mentioned professional training centers. In our case, we contract about 3,000 people per year, many of which are young people. And then we have the third aspect, which is the use of all the new digital technologies. And this means that all our professionals, all our employees need to be up to date with digitalization and sustainability. And finally, we must not forget about society. We want everyone to prosper. So since 2013, we've been offering free training to different people so they can improve their digital knowledge. People who perhaps are very vulnerable and are unemployed as well. So we provide them with digital knowledge and technical training so they have a more stable future, and this is available to anyone who needs it. So I think we've helped about 800,000 people in order to be able to access the jobs of the future. So yes, I like that sustainable recycling of people, of employees as well, to improve our society. So thank you very much to all of you for these interesting conclusions from this roundtable. We will remain attentive to the developments that await us in the coming months in the social sphere and how they will affect companies and organizations. We will keep an eye on Forética and its team specializing in each of the ESG aspects to keep up to date with the most important trends in sustainability. ESG Spain 2022 ends here. This has been a luxury edition to celebrate its 10th anniversary, and we leave this event with different ideas to reflect on the role of the companies and organizations that we have heard today is fundamental in the sustainability movement, and their mobilizing, inspiring, and energizing effect on the improvement of society is crucial. Precisely, to summarize this inspiring and mobilizing message, I would like you to watch this video with the main key points that have been addressed today during ESG Spain.
Ha sido una edición muy especial.
It has been a very special edition that has left us with many ideas to reflect on, so we leave today with the full conviction that each and every one of us can be an essential part of a transformation towards a better way of doing business and ultimately a better and a greener way of becoming a more inclusive and green and sustainable society. I would like to bid you a farewell. Thank you very much for your time and especially for your commitment to continue pushing for that sustainability agenda at all levels. We encourage you to share this sustainability message with the entire world, with everyone around you, raising ambition and accelerating action, because that's the most important thing, to be a lever for the change. Thank you to the more than 1,500 attendees of this edition, and we look forward to seeing you at the next edition, ESG Spain Corporate Sustainability Forum. Thank you very much. Good afternoon.